There it is again. So good of an intro, you get it twice. Laura Bowen, the Dagger of Amon Ra. Welcome, everybody. How dramatic. The music is really quiet, isn't it? I mean, even in my ears, it's quiet. Hang on. I'll put up on the technical difficulties. Always a good start, isn't it? Let me go check the settings. Ah. Maybe that'll help. Definitely louder. I'd say that's much better. Mysterious shadow is being mysterious. Just kills a guy in his sleep, puts him in the trunk, and leaves. Alright. Although he didn't go through the door.
There is still time to correct this most grievous misunderstanding, Mr. Carter. The Dagger of Amon Ra must be returned to Egypt.
Stay out of my way, or I'll thrash you within an inch of your life.
Surely you can find a way to accommodate everybody's wishes.
Who are you to tell me what I can do with my own property?
Your property? What authority did you have?
The authority of the Egyptian Antiquities Service. So if you don't like it, I suggest you waddle on back to Egypt and complain to your own government.
Would
Government.
it not be better to work this out diplomatically?
This isn't a case for diplomacy. It's a case for your acceptance of the situation.
It is not just my acceptance at issue, Mr. Carter. Frankly, some of our people are quite upset, moved to take drastic measures if need be.
Are you threatening me, you
Oh no,
malodorous
not
little
threatening
man?
it at all.
Mr. Carter, there are some who would rather fight back than allow their country to be stripped of its national treasures.
I should be wearing a monocle,
Any
shouldn't
fat
I?
savage who lays a finger on my exhibit or threatens me will find himself in deep trouble. Do I make myself clear?
As clear as the water of the oasis, Mr. Carter.
Oasis.
Be careful with that steamer trunk, young man. It's exceedingly valuable.
It sure is heavy, Mr. Carrington. You got gold bars in here or something?
The contents of my trunk are not your concern. Now be a good lad and take it to my taxi. The Countess is waiting.
Well, at least his voice is not botted in any way. The red-headed guy.
New Orleans, 1 week later.
Are you sure you've got everything?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got Sam's address at the paper?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got the money I gave you?
Yes, Daddy. Don't worry.
Put some money in your shoe. New York's a big city, and there's a lot of crime there.
Look, I'm going straight to the paper. What could possibly go wrong?
Famous last words.
Let me give you a little more money, just in case.
Dad, I've got to go.
Godspeed, Laura. Call me as soon as you get there.
I'll be fine, Dad. I'm going to make you proud of me.
I already am, honey.
CD producer. I mean, this was on floppies at first. Then they started making everything in CD-ROMs to have voice acting. Art designer Bob Gleason.
Excuse me, dear, are you a secretary?
Actually, I'm starting a new job as a reporter for the New York Daily Register News Tribune. My name's Laura Bow.
How nice. I'm Irmgard. Is
Irmgard?
this your first trip to the big city?
What kind of a name is Irmgard?
Am I that obvious? How could you tell?
By the way you keep glancing out the window, dear. I did the same thing the first time I came to New York.
Ah, she's Minnesota.
The tall buildings, the people rushing around. It was all
So it's
exciting.
Scandinavian.
Then I stepped off the train and got mugged.
How
Don't you know?
awful.
Oh
It's
yeah.
the New York experience. Thank you, dear. You're very kind. I've enjoyed traveling with you.
And there goes
Do you need any help getting
Laura's
home?
luggage.
No, dear. I'll be fine. Thank
These
you.
two don't have peripheral vision.
You're sure you'll be okay?
Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodness gracious! My suitcase!
Can you spare a dime, miss?
Certainly, sir. I'm always ready to help those who are less fortunate.
Well, that's just peachy. Give me all your money then.
Excuse me?
Hand it over.
This seems very unfair.
Welcome to New York, kid.
Mug it twice. In just a couple of minutes. Welcome to New York.
I'm not gonna let a little bad luck ruin my day. Hello, New York. Laura Bow has arrived.
You think that's the worst that you've had so far, Laura? Wait until the evening.
My destiny awaits. Nothing can stop me now. I really want to thank you for hiring me, Mr. Augustini.
For hiring you? I don't even know who you are.
I'm Laura Bow. I believe you know my father, John Bow.
Ah, John Bow's daughter. Now I remember. How is he?
He's fine, and he says hello. He wanted to know if you still had that newspaper clipping on your wall about the explosion of the Hindenburg building in New Orleans.
Yes. Your
New
father was
Orleans.
the first cop on the scene of the explosion, and he let me into the wreckage so I could cover it for the paper. I rescued Rupert Hindenburg from his burning office, wrote about it, and made a name for myself as a reporter. I owe John a lot for that. Think you could handle being a reporter for a big city paper?
I'll do my best, sir.
We usually just hire men for this job. It's rough out there, and you're kinda small.
I can do it, Mr. Augustini. Just give me a chance.
All right, as a favor to my old pal John, but I'll be keeping a close eye on you.
Thank you, sir.
For your first assignment, I want you to write about a burglary. Some kind of fancy knife was stolen from the Dagger Museum. I'll arrange for you to attend the fundraiser at 7 o'clock tonight for their new Egyptian exhibit. Everyone will be there. Tell them you're covering the society news so they won't clam up on you.
You won't regret it, sir. I have a nose for news.
Just keep your nose out of trouble.
Yeah, don't worry,
Use your
that comes
pistol
with the
notebook
news.
and pencil. It already has Crodfaller's notes in it. Have the story ready by 3 tomorrow, or you're out of a job.
Laura Baines, right?
Baines.
Laura Bow, sir.
Yeah, this is not
And
Police
I believe
Quest.
You have the advantage.
Crodfaller Rhubarb, ma'am, though you can call me Rube. So I suppose you've already met Sam.
Yes, he's very colorful.
Don't let him shake you. He's tough on the outside, but inside, he's got a heart of stone.
I wonder where they got all these names
I'm
from.
sure he... Pardon me? What did you say?
Never mind, just pulling your leg. Why don't you take this desk right here, and we'll get you settled in.
That's very kind of you. Mr. Augustini sort of left me on my own. I have to start on this story about a burglary at the Dagger Museum.
I wonder if the narrator has a voice.
This is the city newsroom of the New York Daily Register News Tribune, New York City's second most popular newspaper.
Okay.
It's a beehive of activity. But as you look around the room, you notice with some dismay that all of the employees are male.
Well, maybe it's a mail room. Okay, two notices here. One, why is our narrator English, as in British? And two, yeah, why did they have a filter? Those S's are so freaking hard and also brings the white noise out. I mean, this lady had a hard S. Ooh, that's hard to listen.
Crodfaller T. Rhubarb is one of the Trib's top writers. Among other things, he's in charge of writing obituaries, yet he's also extremely cheerful.
Extremely.
There sure are a lot of skeletons in here. Quick, pull the head off one and stick me on top of the spine. Oh, please.
Hey, Escortian, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Hello, Raiders. I just started playing Dagger of Amon Ra. And currently, the narrator of the game is destroying my ears.
It's you, Laura Bow, fresh out of college and already working for a great metropolitan newspaper.
And you can hear all the P's and the T's and the S's so freaking loud. Like, did they swallow the microphone? And then they amped up the volume because she was so quiet and they forgot to fix it? Oh. I just started Escordian. I just started. And I'm wishing I was playing the floppy version. I don't think I can stand this freaking narrator. I mean, she sounds like a snake. Be trying to beat Chrome all day. You madman. I tried Chrome yesterday and also Drip. The Drip I liked because I played similar games on the C64, even though it's super hard. And Chrome, best not talk about that one.
The man poring over a layout is Eddie Bedletter, creator of the syndicated advice column Dear Eddie. Unfortunately, Eddie has been divorced twice and is estranged from his rival columnist brother, so where he gets off giving other people advice on how to live their lives is an unanswerable question. This is the science editor for the Trib. His latest report critiqued Goddard's demonstration of the first liquid fuel rocket, which traveled 184 feet in 2.5 seconds. At the moment, he's checking to see who signed up for the three-legged race at the annual picnic.
How I wish they had already implemented the thing that is in Gabriel Knight where I can turn the narrator off. Because I hate the narrator in Gabriel Knight as well. I mean, there's nothing wrong with her in Gabriel Knight except she's got a heavy Jamaican accent. And she draws everything, so she's super slow. And you can barely understand what she's saying because... She's using an old desk microphone that works from a pinhole canister full of carbon. I mean, this is one of the worst narrator sounds I've ever heard. Like, this recording is so bad. I mean, I know Sierra was known for not having the best sound quality with their voice acting, because all of these were done in the same era, 1991, 1992 to 1993, when where they still were really knowing or learning how to do proper voice acting and also recording. So their recording sets were not the best. But this narrator voice is just... Oh. I mean, there are with a lot of other games from this era, they actually knew how to do sound designing, so they fixed the compressions and everything so they could get rid of all the white noise and all the hard S's and P's. And what Sierra was just lazy with it. The game has 20 levels, got to 30, 40, not sure my brain has turned to mush. Understandable. But it really is, it is kind of sound compression that causes this to sound like this. It's not just compression, it's also the quality of their microphones. Which you can tell is not the best, because when you have good microphones, they already have a pop filter, which reduces the hissiness of the S and the popping of the P's and T's. And also, like, they have own sound compression already. So, I mean, when you take a look at, like, LucasArts, around this era, they were making a Day of the Tentacle. You know how good the sound quality that one had. You handed the fabric in the thing in front of a microphone for a reason. Yeah, this is here so this S wouldn't be so annoying like it is with this narrator. It removes it. So it doesn't become like it is in this game. Okay, so basically, now that we have talked about the technical difficulties that this game has, I have a question. Do we continue with the talkie version, or should I put in the floppy
We'll need a
version?
lot more hemp before we're through.
Thanks, Becky. I mean, one of the things is that eventually we will tolerate the narrator's voice, for sure. But I don't know how long it'll take for us to get used to it, because of the freaking horrible sound compression.
One notice reads, when covering formal events such as embassy parties, please dress appropriately. We've had complaints about reporters who refuse to dress properly at social events.
The thing is that if I do the floppy version, I'm gonna do all the voices. But I wanted to see how good the voice acting is in this game, and so far, it's not been bad. The only problem is the narrator, but that's it. Otherwise, I personally want to play the game as it is. Because I do want to hear all the voices for the other characters as well. So let's keep going.
People are filtering in and out of the room constantly. They're apparently hard at work, and not one of them stops to give you a second glance.
Yeah, I've never heard these voices as well, because the only voiced version I've heard, it was Pushing Up Roses played the game, or somebody played the game, and they asked their friends to do voices for them. Even they didn't know that there was a CD version of the game, so they made their own. Yeah, this is Laura Bow, the Dagger of Amon Ra.
It's your official New York Daily Register News Tribune reporter's notebook with index tabs for people, places, and things.
People, places, things, miscellaneous. So these are the things I can use when I talk to people to ask about, subjects.
This is now your desk. It's very old and looks like it hasn't been cleaned thoroughly in years, but it's sturdy and serviceable.
Oh, good to know that it's serviceable.
It looks like an old desk blotter.
It doesn't just look like it. I'm sure that it is.
Feels like an old desk blotter. You peel up a corner of the blotter to reveal a small key.
Always something under the blotter.
A common, everyday, ordinary key. Quite dull and boring, actually.
Hey, there's nothing boring about a key.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. A common... This is the top drawer of your desk. The desk drawer is locked. You unlock the drawer. Unfortunately, the key permanently jams itself in the lock. Let's hope you never want to lock this drawer again. A press pass. It reads, Press. Your pants while you wait. Low Fats Chinese Laundry, 5858 Broadway Avenue, New York. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It's a waste paper basket conveniently situated next to the desk.
Convenient. Anything in there?
You find a curiously heavy object in the trash.
A baseball.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Place it in your purse.
This baseball has been autographed by Bob Ruth, Babe's unknown younger brother.
Yeah, unknown because...
Bob never made it out of the minor leagues because he was incapable of violence and therefore would not harm a baseball by hitting it with a bat. Bob eventually quit baseball and became a successful psychiatrist.
I wonder if that's true. I mean, if they never got out of the minor leagues or anything, why do they have a signature on a baseball? Because they barely played baseball. Sierra's weird. Don't hurt the poor baseball, he has feelings too. Why aren't you asking? It's only if I just click on it, you'll ask the question.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Rhubarb.
Really?
What's to tell? I'm a reporter for this paper, probably since before you were born.
But I want to know about the real Crodfaller tea, Rhubarb.
Do you?
You mean there's another Crodfaller tea, Rhubarb? No two sets of parents could be that cruel.
That's okay, Mr. Crodfaller. You don't have to tell me about yourself if you don't want to.
Rube.
Who are you calling a... Oh, Rube's your nickname, isn't it? Sorry, I forgot.
What a rube.
What can you tell me about Sam?
He's a perfectionist. I badmouth him now and then, but, well, he's given me plenty of breaks, so I owe him a few.
What can you tell me about this Pippin Carter character?
A queer bird, if ever I've met one.
A what now?
Comes across as cultured, yet he's a loudmouth, you know what I mean? He's got a chip on his shoulder the size of the Brooklyn Bridge. He'll try to cut you down, just shake it off. That's what I had to do.
Not had to do, it was had to do.
What should I know about Archibald Carrington?
Nothing.
Carrington hasn't been in the States long. He's from England, but somehow he doesn't quite come off on the level. Call me stupid, but I just think the guy should be more concerned about museum property vanishing. His first month on the job, too.
Have you dealt with Detective O'Reilly?
I know he's assigned to the case. I didn't get anything out of him. Maybe you'll have better luck being a lady and all.
Tell me about Low Fat.
The old laundry guy? What's to tell?
Low fat. High fiber.
Have you heard the name John Bow?
Don't think so. He a relative of yours?
He's my father.
Oh, Sam's friend. Never met him, I'm afraid.
What is this?
I'm not sure. Hand it to me and I'll take a closer look at it.
$1926. So this is year after the first game, Colonel's Bequest.
Were you able to get any leads at all about the burglary at the museum?
No, hadn't been working on the story very long. I went to see Detective O'Reilly down at the police station, but he was pretty tight-lipped. I was planning on talking to Ziggy down at the speakeasy. He's a stoolie, usually good for a tidbit or two.
Any other leads I can follow up on?
With due respect, ma'am, it's going to be your byline on the story, not mine.
Point taken, Mr. Crodfaller. Rube. Any wisdom you'd care to pass along about Egyptology?
You've already proven to me you know as much about Egyptology as I do. Maybe more. I bow to your superior knowledge, Miss Bow.
Thank you, sir.
Party power activated.
Okay, Spiky. See you later.
Is there anything I should know about working here at the New York Daily Register News Tribune?
Well, first of all, we call it the Trib. No need to use the whole name. I don't think anyone in New York even remembers the whole shebang. Second, don't worry about Sam. He's gruff and loud, but he's really a cream puff. Don't let him push you around. Lastly, don't get too attached to any one assignment. You never know when it'll be yanked away from you and given to some less experienced reporter with no qualifications except an in with the boss.
Ahem.
Sorry, didn't mean to get peevish.
Yet you did.
Anything I should know about the police station?
Well, it's usually a good source of information. It's standard procedure to check there at some point in any investigation. Sometimes they just blow smoke at you, hand you the commissioner's party line. But once in a while, they'll give you something you can actually use.
What can you tell me about low fans?
It's a place to take your laundry. That's about it, as far as I know.
Give me the lowdown on the 12th Street docks.
Lowdown? You've been reading too much pulp fiction. The docks are the docks. Keep away from them unless you have business there.
Is there anything I should know about the Lion Decker Museum?
Yeah, I went down there. I did get that far in the investigation, at least. I met the museum's president, a stodgy old croaker named Archibald Carrington III. Cagey guy, didn't seem overly concerned about the dagger. You might see if you can get a little bit more out of him.
Archibald
Carrington
Carrington III.
Pippin Carter. Nasty little squirt. He acts like the world owes him a living. Apparently, he's the one who's originally discovered the dagger in Egypt, along with some of the other junk in the exhibit. Now, he was hot about the dagger. Took the whole thing like it was a personal stab at him. No pun intended.
So he's the pompous ass that we saw talk to the Egyptian. Got it.
Any advice for somebody who's brand new to the city?
Well, keep your eyes off the tall buildings. That's how muggers spot you. Don't leave your luggage alone for a moment or somebody will walk off with it. And if you travel anywhere, be sure to put some money in your shoe, just in case.
Funny joke!
Where can I find this speakeasy?
Just ask any cab driver. They'll take you there. It's the place disguised as a flower shop.
Who is Ziggy?
He's what we politely call a stool pigeon. Basically, the guy squeals for cash. Amazing that the guy hasn't had his neck broken by now.
One notice reads, when covering formal events such as embassy parties, please dress appropriately. We've had complaints about reporters who refuse to dress properly at social events.
Oh, don't worry. Laura is always professional.
One of the notices reads, some of our employees have been asking for a 40-hour work week, as has been proposed by Mr. Henry Ford. This is not an automobile factory, this is a newspaper. News happens 24 hours a day, and we need to report it. One of the notices reads, stolen, 1 Victrola, reward offered. No retribution will be exacted.
I want somebody to steal a Victrola. Unless they could afford one, so they want to listen to their discs with a Victrola.
One of the notices reads.
Oops.
One of the notices reads, Dr. Darwin DeLoring will be hosting a symposium, Jazz, the Charleston, and Other Sins of Our Times.
What do you mean
To be
sins?
held in the cafeteria next Tuesday. All repentant souls are invited to attend.
Nothing sinful about jazz. Jazz is like the most relaxing music you could listen to. And also groovy.
You can't go in there. That's the men's lounge.
You glance around curiously, but there's no sign of a ladies' lounge. This is patently unfair.
Mm-hmm.
The gents' sign leaves little doubt as to what lies behind the door. You shudder to think of it.
Nothing wrong with jazz hands. Doopy doopy doo dee dee doo dee dee da da da. If you don't look both ways, you'll be dead in no flat time. Flat time. English is a language.
There are no cars coming from this direction. The corner of 75th Street and Madison Avenue, New York City, home of the world-famous New York Daily Register News Tribune building, among other things. Crossing the street here will lead you to the police station. There are no cars coming from this direction. The corner of corner. Crossing the street. The corner of...
I'm just trying to see if I can look both ways.
For the mentally bewildered.
Oh, mentally bewildered.
There are no cars.
No cars. All right. You said no cars. I need to look both ways, I see.
The corner...
But how do I look both ways?
Crossing the street here. There are no cars. There are no cars coming from this direction. There are no cars coming from this direction.
Ah, now I can cross the street.
Unless the sign is lying to you, this is the police station.
No, the lions are there.
A proud stone lion with a lamp on his head. The fact that he's looking east may indicate that he looks forward to the sunrise each day. Or maybe not. A man sleeping under a newspaper. Judging by the strong smell of alcohol, you deem it wise not to light a match in his presence.
Excuse me, sir.
Don't bother me, lady. I'm sleeping.
Is it really the smartest idea to be sleeping in front of a police station? I would say not.
Please remember, as of June 15th, 1924, all Indians are now full citizens of the USA. Please respect their rights and privileges. Thank you.
Only took them that long. 150 years.
Why wait? There's never been a better time to invest in the stock market. Civil servants qualify for discount brokerage services at H.R. Schwab, Mary Hill, 3173. Invest in the future of America today. Wanted by FBI, Al Capone. Approach with caution. Contact FBI for details.
Was Al Capone's big name already at 1926? I thought it was more in the 30s.
Needed. Volunteer with aeronautic training. Opportunity for co-pilot on first transatlantic flight, Roosevelt Field to Paris, next spring. Contact C. Lindbergh, Hamilton 6656.
Nice reference to Lindbergh.
This support column is also a handy place for posting notices and announcements.
I know, I've been reading them.
He must be either a plainclothes detective or a file clerk. This is the inside of the police station. Sergeant Dennis O'Flaherty is the desk sergeant on duty today. He's shuffling papers, putting on a good show of looking busy while his mind is elsewhere.
I can only wonder if they're gonna give him an attempt of an Irish accent. Attained notoriety during the Prohibition era as the co-founder and boss of the Chicago outfit from 25 to 31. Alright. For some reason I thought everything happened in the 30s, but it was actually 20s.
Pardon me. I'm looking for some information.
Well, take yourself down to the library then.
Pardon me, Sergeant, but I happen to be a reporter with the Trib.
Oh, well, strike up the band then. Look, lassie, I've been out with my dogs all day, and I hadn't had my lunch. And I got better things to do than to jaw with some slip of a girl reporter. Go on with you now.
That is the worst Scottish accent since me. I mean, it's close. By 20%. I mean, with the name of O'Flaherty, I thought it would be Irish, not Scottish. That's what it was supposed to be. Back again. Hey, Ogres. Too bad I don't have the same kind of Yogres style. Like, I could always dress up as the main character, but I don't have that kind of a skirt and a hat and such. Or red hair. Also, I'm not a girl.
Let's be careful out there.
Ha! Ha! Good reference to Hill Street Blues. Oh yeah, I could actually wear that. Why not? My investigative reporter's cap. This will do. There. Now I'm investigating everything in the Roaring 20s.
Tickets to the policeman's ball now available. Contact Officer Friendly. Needed. Volunteer. Why wait? Let's be careful. This support. Tickets to this. Wanted by.
I guess that's all
Please
there is.
remember,
Yep. Hey, Zapact. I lost count how many people has asked me when's the Tomb Raider stream.
A spotless sidewalk, clean enough to sleep or eat on.
I mean, all you need to do is just get a green shirt. I believe my barbarian shirt would be the closest of a green that Lara has, and then just make 2 cones from cardboard and put them under there. Pointy as hell. That's all you need.
The paper is full of old news and a valuable coupon. A coupon for a free sandwich from Luigi.
Oh, hell yeah.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
And a wig with the pigtails done. Yep. Don't forget the shorts. Brown shorts.
A newspaper coupon for a free sandwich from Luigi the sandwich vendor.
Yeah, I mean pyramids. Original OG Lara Croft. She didn't have baseballs in there. And polygon freaking pyramid tits. Poke your eye out with those.
There are no cars coming from this direction. The police department. There are no cars coming from this direction.
I wonder if Luigi is here.
A man selling corned beef sandwiches from a cart. A finely crafted sandwich cart with the name Luigi printed neatly on the side.
Luigi!
Hot the corned beef. Get you hot a corned beef sandwich.
Is that corned beef lean?
Lean of corned beef. This is the leanest of corned beef in the city. Maybe in the country. So lean the cow she keep on tipping over. You wanna buy a corned beef sandwich, lady?
I believe I would like a sandwich.
Mamma mia, another coupon. I'm gonna go broke. What a crummy idea I had. That's the last time I advertised in a newspaper. Take your sandwich and get out of here before I change my mind.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
I bet he has a brother called Mario. Yeah, I've already died twice, Bjokresk. First I needed to show it, the second time I did it by accident. Because I didn't look both ways.
A mouth-watering corned beef sandwich. Its delicate aroma indicates that it's still fresh. Yum.
That's what Gabriel said. Yum. Hey, Astug dog.
There are no cars coming from this direction. There are no cars coming from this direction.
And now we can cross the street.
You look so hungry. Here, take this.
Sure, this a corned beef sandwich on rye. Bless you, lassie. Don't mind if I do. Sure, and it tastes fresh too. Mmm.
Do you know anything about a Detective O'Reilly?
I should hope to tell, miss. What with him being the detective on duty here today? His office is right over there if you're wanting to talk to him.
What can you tell me about low fat?
Well, it usually doesn't taste as good as the fattening stuff.
I'm referring to a person.
Oh, well, then I'm afraid I can't give you any information, miss, as I've not heard of the fella.
I'm looking for information about a man named Ziggy.
What would a lass like yourself be wanting with scum like that?
Never you mind why. I'm just looking for information about him.
I suppose it's no big secret. Not round here, anyways. Ziggy's is a first-class little rat fink. Couldn't cut it as a crook on his own. Now he has to go around spoiling it for the rest of them. Nasty little big mouth, though he does seem to hear an awful lot. If you're looking for him, he's the kind of man what hangs around in speakeasies. Not that we have any in New York City, mind you. We've got these places closed up good and tight.
What should I know about the 12th Street docks?
Oh, lovely place. We like rats, thieves, and roughnecks. If I were you, I'd be staying away from that area. Lord knows we do.
What do you know about the Lion Decker Museum?
A very fine establishment. Worthwhile seeing, even if you're only in town for a short while. Very educational.
Have you actually been there?
Well, but I live in the city,
No.
and I'm not having to see all the landmarks.
What can you tell me about the speakeasy?
Now, I don't know anything about a speakeasy. Not in this town. We run a clean city here. But there are some nice places where a lady like yourself can sit and relax and enjoy a bit of the high life, if you know what I'm saying. Of course, some of these places are restricted, don't you know? So you have to be giving them the right signs so they know you're okay. But just mention it Charleston, and you're in like Flynn. You got that now?
I think so. Thank you kindly, Sergeant.
Don't mention it. And I mean it now. Don't you go mentioning it. Not to anyone.
I started the game like 45 minutes ago, so we're still at the beginning.
The door to a private office.
Yeah, Roger has a
You
fancier
knock
work than
politely.
you.
You hear the muffled response. Come in.
Is that what the detective is gonna sound like? A woman?
Sure and begorra, I'm Detective O'Reilly. What would you be wanting then, lass?
I'm Laura Bow from the New York Daily Register News Tribune. I'm looking into the burglary at the Lion Decker Museum, and I understand you're handling the case. Would it be possible for me to look at your report?
You can't be a reporter, lass. You're a girl. The Trib only hires men.
I am a reporter, sir, and you can check with my editor, Sam Augustini, if you don't believe me.
I thought that Crodfeather guy was going to be writing the robbery article.
Crowdfaller was assigned to it, but the story is mine now. Can I see that report, please?
It's very technical, lass. I don't think you'll be learning much from it.
Talk to the hand.
Thank you for your concern, Detective, but I'd like to be the judge of that.
You're a determined girl. I'll say that much for you.
Nice guns.
Have a look, then.
The file on the Lion Decker Museum burglary is nothing more than a single handwritten page. It mentions only one stolen object. The Dagger of Amon Ra.
Title drop.
The burglar or burglars left no fingerprints or other clues. Their method of access to the museum is unknown. In summary, the police are baffled about the burglary at the museum at this point. Some parts of the report seem vague. The report is signed by Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly.
There's only one page to this report. Where's the rest of it?
That's all of it right now.
It's rather vague, isn't it?
Good police work takes time, and I'm a very busy man. I haven't had time to follow up on the burglary. So what if a museum loses a knife? There are people being murdered left and right in this city, dropping like flies. Cars are being stolen, booze is being smuggled into speakeasies. Pedestrians are being mugged, firebugs are burning down half the city, they're running out of grapes at the corner market, and I've got a headache. And you know who gets to investigate all the crimes in this district? Me! So I don't need any nosy reporters hanging around telling me my reports are vague, girly.
Well, excuse me.
Princess.
Talk to the desk sergeant if you have any more questions. I haven't got time for you right now.
Pump his ass. But this is still not the original moment where we got the pump his asses. That'll come later.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
What a great voice.
To what location would you like to be motivated, madam?
It reads Taxi Operator's License, New York Taxi Control Authority. The bottom of the license reads, License renewed September 5, 1926. The driver's name is Rocco. The driver is a big, rough-looking guy with a broken nose. Whatever you do, don't touch him.
Damn it! I wanted to touch him. I saw a text, but then we got here.
A few plants, strangely healthy despite the quality of the local air, dot the windows along the top of the building. It's nice to see that somebody has apparently lavished these plants with love and attention. Look, it's a bit of blue sky uncrossed by power lines and unsullied by ugly high-rises. What's more, the sky appears blue and beautiful. New Yorkers rarely get to see such a treat.
So, when did they get a Daventry princess to read this dialogue for the narrator? I mean, usually my biggest problem with these early narrators is that they are monotone and slow. Like, put some effort into it. You're trying to do like Gary Owens. He's awesome as the narrator in Space Quest 4. Neil Ross is awesome as the narrator in Leisure Suit Larry 6 and 7. But these guys, so freaking boring to listen to. I'm falling asleep just. Princess Valium.
The sign reads, Low Fats. This must be that low-fats place you've heard so much about since arriving in New York City.
This must be the place that you are going to right now. Ah, we're not on like Big Stuff Fairy Tales or something. Ugh. Should have played the floppy version and do the voices myself.
This little boy is trying to set fire to ants. He's shabbily dressed and poorly groomed. He's peering intently at the panicking ants on the sidewalk.
Tell me, how many of you did that as a kid? I did. Magnifying glass, ants.
You see a rotund, unhappy-looking boy. The other boys, who are industriously setting fire to ants with a magnifying glass, seem to be tolerating his presence, but largely ignore him.
Poor boy.
This youngster looks like a real roughneck. He appears slightly older than the other two boys, his brown hair wild and unruly, and a look of studied indifference on his face. The indifference is heightened by the nonchalant way he's burning ants with a magnifying glass.
Tried setting fire to a leaf. Me too. I even set fire to paper. With a magnifying glass. Burned like a outline. I drew like a face, then I burned where I had drawn with a pencil. So all the leading I just burned away, and then I had a picture with burned edges to them. I was artistic with it. I didn't dare set a fire with the magnifying glass, if I recall, because the light, it hurt your eyes. I mean, yeah, it is a very bright light where it focuses on. That's why it burns things. But it is a bright light. You're supposed to aim for the paper, Gabe. Okay, there's the paper. Gabriel, what are you doing? Nothing, mother. Nothing, mother. I'm not burning my eyes with the magnifying glass again.
So what's your name, little boy?
Biff.
Biff.
My, what a nice name.
Biff. Is your last name Tannen?
What's your name, little boy?
None of your beeswax.
Stinky.
You're quite the impertinent little boy, aren't you?
Stinky.
Yeah, well, my folks told me not to talk to strangers.
His name's Paul Untermeyer.
Yeah, but we call him Stinky because his initials are P.U.
Also, Biff sounds like one of the kids from Sanitarium.
It's a nice day, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, there's not a cloud in the sky and the sun is shining.
What are those then in the sky?
Makes the ants light quicker, that's for sure.
What are these then, Laura? Up in the sky, behind the buildings? You just look upwards? Ah, what a beautiful blue sky! And everywhere, freaking clouds around. No clouds, the sky. Freaking tunnel vision. No wonder she didn't see her suitcase getting robbed.
Sorry, lady. I don't think my friends are your friends, or vice versa.
Corned beef fart clouds from the city. Ah. Well, there are still clouds. Even if they're fart clouds, they're still clouds.
This nifty baseball wouldn't be of any use to you, would it?
I don't know. Let's see it. Not bad. I'm not sure about this Bob Roos signature, but it's not a bad imitation. Stitching integrity is about 89%. Want to trade?
Smart kid.
That's just what I was thinking. I could use that magnifying glass you boys are using.
Hey, Scram, we're using this glass.
Not anymore. Yoink.
Okay, why not? Here you go.
Hey, what a jip. Now how are we gonna moidalize these ants?
You can step on them.
Ease up, Stinky. We're almost out of ants anyway. Then we'll go to Old Man Meadow's place and bust up his windows.
Yeah!
I mean, you got the ball now for
Thanks,
it.
lady. Pleasure doing business, witches.
Thank you, young man.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. A magnifying glass, slightly scratched but still in good condition. Feels like glass. Up close, you see words printed on thin cardboard. The lanterns are hanging too high above you for you to examine with the magnifying glass. Upon close inspection, you see nothing new here.
Same old Lorabo. Well, let's go find out the voice acting for Low-Fat. Are we gonna go Mickey Rooney level of insult or just a regular comedy sketch? What do you guys think?
Apparently Low-Fat does a good bit of hand tailoring. The shelves are filled with fabrics, silks, wools, cottons and satins. In another 50 years or so, these will all be replaced with snazzy, durable acetates.
Leisure suits. Polyester. Lo Wang style. I was thinking maybe it's gonna be like Benny Hill.
This oversized cart is brimming with other people's dirty laundry.
It's a lot of laundry.
It's just an ordinary store counter decorated with a dragon of cultural significance to the Chinese.
Not ordinary then.
If you'd taken Asian studies at Tulane instead of Journalism 101, it might mean something to you, but you didn't, so it doesn't. This paper lantern casts a warm, flame-like glow over the sparse interior of Lo-Fat's Chinese laundry. They're not really Chinese characters. Lo-Fat displays them to give himself an aura of authenticity, since he was actually born in Newark, New Jersey.
Oh, I hope he has an actual New Jersey accent. That would be great.
You see an older Oriental gentleman standing behind the counter, toiling away with an industrial iron.
But I bet he's gonna go with the insulting
Excuse me.
way of talking.
Yes, please.
I was just wondering,
At least he didn't go please.
Yes, ticket, please.
Pardon?
Ticket, please. You here to pick up, yes?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just looking around.
Okay, look all you want. Looking is free. Laundry not so.
Okay, no changing L to R or R to L, but broken English. So it's not too bad. Speaks normal English, just broken sentences. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, he's doing the because it's broken English. He's doing the Chinese thing that they don't speak English well. So, but it's not bad. Could have been so much worse. So much worse. I mean, he could have been going like this and towards her head, like that would have been too far. So at least they realized to tone it down, make it normal, instead of going full on comedy. It's a serious game after all.
Has Ziggy been in lately?
Ziggy? No Ziggy come in here. Would remember name like that. Sound like good name for a comic strip though.
Isn't there a comic strip called Ziggy? Or at least a character in a comic strip called Ziggy?
What can you tell me about Lo-Fat's Chinese laundry?
Look around. You standing in it.
Ever been to the Lion Decker Museum?
Of course. Lo-Fat big contributor to museum. $2 every year.
$2.
Some customer also work at museum. Wolf Heimlich, security guard. Very important.
Anybody else from the museum ever come here?
Yes. Let me think. Woman doctor. Greek name. Olympia something. McGillicuddy.
Yeah, McGillicuddy is a Greek name.
That's it. Olympia Miklos. Not know what she do at museum, but she work there. She and Mr. Heimlich sometime come in together.
Have you been there recently?
Not been there in, must be almost a year. Whoa, time to send in another $2.
Besides Mr. Heimlich and Dr. Miklos, are any of your other customers museum employees?
Not think so. Oh, wait. How could I forget? Yvette Delacroix. Very lovely lady. She work at museum.
So you do the laundry for Dr. Olympia Miklos?
Yes, spooky lady. All black clothes. She nice, but scary.
All black. Like you, Laura.
Do you know Yvette Delacroix?
A small smile flickers over Low-Fat's normally inscrutable features.
Why are you smiling?
Low-Fat have arrangement with a vat. Laundry for free.
And what do you get in return?
Once more, Low-Fat seems to smile slightly, his eyes refusing to meet yours.
Is it something private?
Very private, Laura.
Low-Fat not
Take
one
the
to
hint.
kiss and tell. Enough said, Kay?
I won't tell anyone. I'm sure whatever it is, I've heard it before.
Sex.
He whistles an unrecognizable tune and deliberately looks away.
Laura, you're not that stupid. Come on.
Tell me about Wolf Heimlich.
Thanks.
What's so funny?
Great information.
Nothing. Wolfie funny man. Take himself very seriously. Stand up straight. Act like soldier.
What else can you tell me about him?
Occasional bloodstain. Never sweat. Very tidy. Only see him once in a while.
Occasional bloodstain? Why is there an occasional bloodstain?
Does the name Archibald Carrington III ring a bell with you?
Not think so. Very fancy name. Not many fancy people come here.
Heimlich. Yeah. Heimlich.
There are no cars. Crossing the street. There are no cars.
The flower shop. Drink Moxie.
Drink Moxie. It's good for you.
I'd rather drink Muscle.
This is a rough part of town with several abandoned buildings. The sidewalk looks dirty. It looks a lot like garbage. There must be some serious alcoholics who live nearby because the trash is loaded with liquor bottles.
This looking at cars thing is aggravating. I mean, you can use the taxi to move around from one place to another, but because the places are connected with the street, you don't need to use it, but having to look both ways is really silly.
This is a rough part of the front door to the abandoned flower shop. The battered side door to the flower shop, complete with a mail slot and a tiny window. The battered side... This is a rough...
Also, have you noticed how the sky has turned itself off? Like, did they forget to put a blue sky up there? And because this is a seedy side of the town, it's always dark. Like we're in the shades.
We're closed. No deliveries. Secret word.
The password is Charleston.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
I just did. Greatest song.
It's crooner Jen Smith, the amazing dancing chanteuse. You're in a speakeasy known as the Harlem Swinger. This being the time of prohibition, illegal alcoholic drinks are sold here in secret. It's the bartender. Inexperienced dancers repeatedly practicing the few steps they know. It's Dr. Jazz, the piano player. This is only a temporary gig for Doc since he normally plays with Jelly Roll Morton and his Red Hot Peppers.
It should be Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Inexperienced dancers repeatedly practicing the few steps they know.
I should make an animation of these dancers. Like put all these three together in one emote.
A serious drinker. It's best not to disturb him. This comatose man has had too much to drink. It's a miracle that he's still standing.
Maybe he is sleeping upright.
You want a drink, miss?
No, thank you, sir. I don't drink.
The next question for the bartender should be, then what are you doing here?
He's sitting at one of them tables, miss.
They're involved in a deep conversation about President Calvin Coolidge. The door to the women's lounge.
At least here they have a women's lounge.
This man is sleeping peacefully, so it would be a shame to wake him. A nervous man with shifty eyes.
I doesn't talk to strangers, Toots.
Well, doesn't talk to them then.
Are you Ziggy?
Who sent ya? Godfather? He's an old pal of mine. What you wanna know?
I don't know, Mr. Peter Lorre, you wanna be.
That's the guy who found that fancy pig sticker in Egypt.
I mean, that's definitely trying to be Peter Lorre.
That's the new president of the Lion Decker Museum.
What a character.
I think he's a cop. Never heard that name before, Toots. I heard somebody heisted that Egyptian pig sticker from the museum. Rumor on the street is that it was an inside job.
He really should lay off the caffeine with that twitch.
All I know is that the Egyptian pig sticker was heisted from the museum.
Do you know anything about Egyptology?
The only Egyptian I know is an accountant named Ramses Najir, something like that. He bugs me sometimes by asking me riddles. I can never figure him out.
What kind of riddles?
Well, today Ramses came in and asked me a two-part riddle. What's the room you leave without entering? And what's the room you enter without leaving? As usual, I told him I didn't give a hoot about his silly questions, so he left.
What's the room you leave without entering, and what's the room you enter without leaving? Like the riddles.
That's the accountant from the museum. Spooky hi-hat kind of guy.
Here it is. Oh. He only plays when I talk to him? Come on. That song is so great. I want to marry an archaeologist.
That's the accountant from the museum. Spooky hi-hat kind of guy.
I came here to listen to the song. Come on, play it. Cocaine was already becoming a street drug in the 20s. It could be that, yeah. Definitely. I mean, he smokes a lot, but it's definitely... Jamaican ginger was a denaturation agent. It was at first 10%, so they increased it to 30%. People started dropping dead. Jeez. So maybe that's his drug of choice. Some Jamaican ginger. But a bit too much, so he's twitching.
It would be very rude to interrupt her while she's performing.
Then why did you give me the option to ask a question?
The dancers just ignore you. No cutting in here. This man is sleeping peacefully. They just ignore your rude attempt to interrupt them. There was silence supreme, not a shriek, not a scream, scarcely even a howl or groan, as the man they called Ho told his story of woe in an antediluvian tone. Lewis Carroll.
Caused twitches and the shakes, among other things, as it damaged the central nervous system. Definitely then Jamaican ginger.
There was silence alone is great. All else is weakness. Alfred de Vigny.
I mean, silence is golden. I think it's the only time that we visit here. I want to hear the song. Is this the only time that we visit here? Until we come back to Speakeasy. Oh, we actually do get back here. Right. To change our clothes. Maybe then I can hear the song. Hey, taxi!
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if... Please don't touch me, madam. I don't know where you've been.
Yeah, it's not where you've been, but where I've been. Right, got it.
To what location would you like to be motivated, madam?
Let's go to the docks.
Have you read that new book by Carl Sandburg? It's Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years.
Yeah, great book.
Actually, it's the first 2 volumes of a 6-volume biography, and I find it quite stimulating reading.
Must be.
Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Thanks for the ride.
Hi.
Hi.
The stevedore looks a little more refined than you'd expect. He's also rather attractive.
Oh yeah, his job is a stevedore and his name is Steve Door. Oh, the jokes. Yeah, let me just hide under here because of this sudden realization. His name is Steve Dorian. Because it's a stevedore.
The nameplate on the impressive steamship identifies it as the Andrea Doria.
Actually, nothing wrong with this steamship. It's more lean for faster speed. Also, a lot higher for more carrying power. Nothing wrong with it.
The stevedore looks a little more
Good morning, miss. I'm Steve Dorian.
See?
I'm Laura Bow.
Where's the romantic music and the hearts flittering all over the place already? I can tell that these guys have chemistry. Ginger itself can protect the body and or brain from some of the damages of alcohol. Not the Titanic, Mad Max. This is well after Titanic. Like 10 years after Titanic. As long as it zooms in about 300 kilometers per second.
Boy, do I remember that guy. He supervised the unloading of the Egyptian crates from the ship. It was a bunch of stuff for the museum, and he was real protective about it.
He's got a real chance when he's going there. I could do that too, but the one small. Yeah, I'm Steve Dory, everybody.
Mr. Carrington came in on the Andrea Doria.
Also, that's Josh Mandel as in King Graham.
Steamer trunk I've ever lifted, and it smelled funny too. Gave me a big tip. Then that rich lady picked him up in a taxi. He called her the Countess Waldorf Carlton. Sounds like an Irish name.
It is.
I don't know anything about that. Sorry.
Countess Water Closet. Sounds
She's the rich
appropriate.
lady that picked up Mr. Carrington.
Oh, speak to me in that sexy man voice, you hunk. Ooh, my Graham bull. Graham bull. Oh! Tai Graham keksi.
Steve Dorian? That's me, Miss Bo. This is where I work.
Good information. Thanks.
I also remember a fat Egyptian guy in a funny hat who kept pestering Mr. Carter. I think his name was Tut. That's where Mr. Carter's Egyptian crates were going. Nice place. Ever been there?
Actually, I'm attending a fundraising party there tonight.
Sounds like a formal party. What will it cost to get in?
I don't know. I'm covering it for the newspaper, so I get in free.
I thought the museum was closed today.
It is, but the party isn't till 7 o'clock tonight.
Sounds like fun. Enjoy yourself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work.
This is what happens when two gingers meet each other. All this raw sexiness. And also, how small are those people there? Like, it's just 2 pixels.
The 12th Street docks, the throbbing heart of the city's shipping industry.
At least it was the throbbing heart, not something else throbbing.
My goodness, has this taxi ever been cleaned?
I cleaned it out 2 years ago. You got a problem with that?
No, sir, I love sitting in filth. Will you take me a ride?
Yeah, I'll take you for a ride if you got the dough or if you can prove you as a reporter.
What a nice
You
guy,
can
this
make
Bob.
out part of the text through the food stains. Taxi operator's license, New York Taxi Control Authority. The driver's name is Bob.
I bet the keyhole itself on that ship was like half of the ship. Like, that's pretty much impossible. Praise Bob! This is not sanitarium. It's not that Bob. Although it would make it funnier if the Bob that they were praising in sanitarium is actually a taxi driver from New York.
Okay, Toots, where can I take yous?
Since garbage holds a certain fascination for you, you plunge your hand into the debris.
Yeah, we got a baseball. Scheiße! I should have done the digging before I drove the low fats.
That's not the sort. The license is That's not.
I'm terribly sorry, madam, but the taxi can... To what location? I'm terribly sorry, madam, but the taxi control board won't allow me to have a normal conversation with passengers. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Even though before you talked to me about something. Hi.
Good morning, miss. I'm Steve Dorian.
I'm Laura Bow.
Boy, do I remember that guy. He supervised... I also remember... Mr. Carrington came... That's where Mr. Carter's Egyptian crates were going. Nice place. Ever been there?
I already made the joke, Gabriel.
Tonight.
Sounds like a formal party. What will it cost to get in?
I don't know. I'm covering it for the newspaper, so I get in.
I thought the
Idiot.
Sounds like fun.
I mean, as soon as he arrived and I looked at him, the narrator said that stevedore is a strapping young man. It is quite attractive. Or something like that. But when it said that it's stevedore, I was like, oh yeah, his name is Steve Dorian and his job is stevedore. Yeah, that's the joke. But I guess at that point you were too busy talking with Bannigan about drugs. I'm getting distracted because I'm hungry for tuna sandwiches, but I want to wait until Soya Munch to make them. Well, about 40 minutes or so. It'll be a while, but we'll get there.
My goodness, has this taxi ever been cleaned?
I cleaned it out 2 years ago.
Oh,
You
2
got
years.
A problem with that?
No problem. Love it.
Yeah, I'll take you for a ride if you got the dough or if you can prove you as a reporter.
Although it's old and hard to read, it looks like
Yep,
a laundry
this is the Sierra
train
game.
ticket with Chinese characters on it.
Low-fat laundry claim. Yee.
Okay, Toots, where can I take you?
Hey, what's the... Take me to the Tribune, actually.
You can make out part of the text through the food stains. Taxi operator's license, New York Taxi Control Authority. The driver's name is Bob.
Yeah, I was complaining that as well, Borsty, as we started, but I'm used to it now. No pop filter at all. I mean, Sierra didn't spend any money on sound design when it comes to voice acting, so they had just a normal, crappy microphone that anybody could get at that time with no pop filter of any kind. Not to mention their sound designers didn't know how to, when they compressed the sound, they could still edit the sound to make it cleaner, but they didn't do that work at all.
Try not to upset this driver. He looks nervous and dangerous.
He didn't say thanks for writing, he just threw us out.
Do you know anything about Dr. Olympia Meatloaf?
Sorry, she's Greek to me.
Nice Asterix reference, Mr. Obelix.
Do you know Wolf Heimlich?
That one doesn't strike a bell. Sorry.
Honestly, I might be off here. I really like the old games more. I mean, the SCI, I do like the SCI versions of the games a lot more than the VGA, because the VGA, I mean, even though it's a great looking art, it's kind of messy with all the colors. But with the SCI, it's more striking, while with the VGA, it's more muffled, if you know what I mean. Like, all the colors are not as bright. At least they made it a lot brighter with Leisure Suit Larry 6, but with all the others, they seem dull. Dull colors.
Do you know Yvette Delacroix?
Cripes, how do you know about her?
I heard she was...
Look, that was long ago and far away, okay? The room was dark, and I was not married at the time. I don't know how you know about that, but I don't want to hear another word about it.
My goodness. Very well, forget I mentioned it.
So apparently he has met Yvette before, and done some deeds with her. We were only asking about her, like what you know about her generally, not about your one night stand with her in a dark room. Weirdo.
Yeah, I'll take you for a ride if you got the... Okay, Toots, where can I take you?
Now to low fats. Thank you very much. He just throws it out. Great service. I mean, also the one thing about the VGA, even though people look more human now, there's no face. Like, everybody's faceless. When in SCI, even though they looked more cartoony sometimes and all that, they had faces. Like, you could easily draw 2 dots for eyes, maybe a slant for a nose, and then a mouth. I mean, they could even do that in the early, on the early AGA versions as well. I mean, it's just a blob. I mean, he has eyes, but it looks weird. But still, the art is great. There's no denying that, but VGA, they did put a lot of effort on the art in all the games.
This claim ticket 2 years old today. You very lucky woman. Almost give this clothes away. It'll be ready Tuesday. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Ancient Chinese joke.
Must be very ancient.
Actually, this isn't mine at all. I found this claim ticket
Pom
just a
Pom
little
Box.
while ago. I'd feel bad
I'm trying
if
to emulate
somebody
my
would come
inner
back for
Laura
this.
Bow. She's got that bowler
worry
hat.
for nothing.
I got a bowler hat.
Nobody come in for 2-year-old laundry. Lady who
Ma'am.
owned this dress probably dead by now.
Ha
You're a
ha.
strange man, Mr. Fat, but I kinda like you.
A size 7 evening gown in the latest style, even though it sat unclaimed in low-fats Chinese laundry for 2 years. Some fashions never go out of style.
Oh, how wrong you are about that. This fashion went out in 10 years. Or at least in the 40s, they started to change the style with dresses.
There are no
Burp burp.
We're closed. No deliveries. Secret.
Secret Void.
The password is Charleston.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
Oh, don't touch me, Toots.
Since this year is almost over, how do you feel about 1926?
I think it was a great year. I made a sawbuck on the Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey fight in Philly.
I'm new here. What can you tell me about New York?
It's the place to be. All kinds of people come here, like one big smelting pot. There's even a high-class international con man in town. But I can't tell you who it is, because he'd kill me if he found out.
On the Sierra scale, this would be like 8 or so. It's a really good game. It has pretty much the same problems as some Gabriel Knight has, as in, if you don't, just plain Sierra style rather, that if you're not in the right place at the right time, you're gonna miss out on some stuff. And especially in a game like this, like Colonel's Bequest, it's very important to get every details that you can, because in the end of the game, there's actually a questionnaire, as in you're gonna get interviewed by the cops, and you have to give them all the answers to get the best possible ending. To be a super sleuth in this game as well. That's why I'm using a walkthrough, so I can get all that. Normal music.
Never heard that name before, Toots.
Hey, Timur! Also, this hat is getting too hot because the sun is blaring into my back.
You ask yourself if you can handle the task set before you, then demonstrate your characteristic pluck by resolving to do your best.
There is no remake, Timur. This is it. This is VGA. The only difference to this and the original version of Laura Bow is that they actually have voice acting in this.
Stay a while. Stay forever.
Yeah, this is the Dagger of Amon Ra, not the Colonel's Bequest. This is a completely different game. Just starring Laura Bow.
You remind yourself of the principles of investigative journalism: research, observation, diligence, and clarity.
Nobody cares about wisdom and intelligence. Only those. And thank you for the follow. They had alone, they had like 50 or so adventure game titles over the years. I mean, the King's Quest, the first King's Quest, was made in 84 or 85 originally. And that was for Apple II, I think. But it was pretty much in the mid-90s where adventure games already were starting to die out a little bit. And Sierra was getting into a lot of trouble, so that's why when they started making different kinds of adventure games, they really didn't sell well anymore because the Sierra magic had disappeared. I would say that the last time that they made really good games were... Well, I mean, Gabriel Knight 3 I still enjoy. That was 1999. I still enjoy that. It's a great game. It was just the inner problems in Sierra that was affecting a lot of stuff.
I want to marry an archaeologist and keep his artifacts warm.
We had to hear this song at least once.
Jungles and deserts and weather out every storm. If he wants me to, I'll burrow and dig from burials small and temples big. Oh, I want to marry an archaeologist. What a marvelous gig. Mommy would love him and Daddy too. We'd be famous and well-to-do. Oh, I want to marry an archaeologist. Then I could book it too. Wahoo! I could book it too. We'd play
After.
together.
Mother Goose games were made in 88, 89, and then later they got the remade. Or maybe the first Mother Goose was 87 because that was EGA before they made the SCI engine. Yeah. But I think they remade it, the mixed up Mother Goose like twice. But yeah, King's Quest is definitely their original first one. And it completely changed the way adventure games were played. Because forget text adventures, here's a graphical 3D world that you can go in. 3D.
Hiya, doll face. Looking for a good time?
Not right now, but thank you for asking.
It's your loss, Toots. I'll be right here if you change your mind.
Nice to know that there's a floozy in the toilet. I was stuck with the Amiga during the VGA adventure period, so never got to play most of the titles from 92 plus. It's pretty much same here. I wonder what was the first... I think the only VGA of Sierra games that I got to play was Space Quest 4, because that was on a computer in school. Yeah, it was in a school computer, and that's where I played Space Quest 4, but that was the only VGA game of Sierra games that I had played. Because later on I get to experience the gloriness of... well, Gabriel Knight is VGA, so that counts too. We had that, and then I bought the Gabriel Knight 2, which is FMV, and then Gabriel Knight 3, which is full 3D. But all the other VGA games, I cannot even think of any played in the 90s, other than Space Quest 4 and Gabriel Knight. Yeah.
I have a cramp in my leg. Could you massage it for me, honey?
The flapper is watching you.
Flapper?
You haven't seen the Countess come into the speakeasy yet, have you? I've been waiting here for hours.
Countess?
The Countess?
Yeah, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. I'm supposed to meet her here.
Sorry, haven't seen her. But if I do, I'll be sure and let you know.
Thanks, Toots.
The Countess comes to the speakeasy. We just learned about the Countess. From Steve. Yeah, this is Countess. Fascinating. Let's change our clothes, finally. Time to go for a party.
Nice body. But where did you get those clothes? Salvation Army?
New Orleans.
A handy partition for changing your clothes in privacy. Currently, your old clothes are hanging here as well.
Not much privacy if it's facing towards the camera.
These look almost exactly like toilets.
Not exactly. Almost, not almost. They are toilets.
If the water was connected, you could wash your hands here.
It's not? Better not use the toiletries here.
What do you know about the Countess?
She's a nice old broad. Loaded. She's married to some high-class museum bigwig. But she can't get enough. Know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
You're pulling my leg, right?
No, I'm not pulling anything. I'm not that kind of girl.
She is so innocent.
Something, sister, and I don't like it. I'm not answering no more questions about the Countess.
Laura is so innocent.
I have a cramp in my...
Nope. We're out of here. Laura, will you leave? Jeez, that arrow doesn't even work there. I want to marry an archaeologist. And the sky is missing here. And the street is missing there. Unless it's actually black asphalt. Act 2. Gesundheit. Suspects on parade.
Your perky demeanor and thorough technique are making you a first-class detective. Looking at the mighty cumulonimbus cloud formations in the sky, you're reminded of your childhood, when your father would sit beside you on the grass in front of your house, smelling the scents of summer and looking for familiar shapes among the clouds. Looking at a marvelous leaded... The famous Leyendecker Museum, named after Ignaz Leyendecker, who financed the construction of the museum,
it's the
as a
Sierra
tax
audio.
dodge. Ignaz made his fortune in the late 1800s by defying the banana embargo and smuggling bananas into the country disguised as miniature squash.
Banana embargo, huh?
There sure are a lot of skeletons in
Yeah,
here.
shut up.
Quick, pull the head off one and stick me on top of the spine.
Oh, please.
It's definitely a tree, possibly a larch.
Nice Monty Python reference. A larch.
The exterior of this museum was hand-painted.
Ooh.
A fountain. A parked car. Note the
Hey, vedete
sleek lines of this late model automobile. A parked car. A neatly manicured lawn which shows the individual attention of a concerned gardener.
I also noticed that our bag has turned into a purse. We don't have a handbag anymore. Where'd you put the handbag? It's a completely different looking icon. Women know how to hide stuff, don't they? Much better than men.
You see that the fundraising party will begin at 7 p.m. A lovely stained glass window. Exceptionally attractive ionic columns.
Very attractive.
There is a tall, imposing gentleman guarding the door. He appears to be wearing a German military uniform.
So, what would you think of his accent would be? Will it be more like a proper German accent or very exaggerated? Like that, this. What do you guys think? It's gonna be horrible or hilariously horrible? Yeah, but the question is, will he make us sit down? Not sit down, sit. Zimbabwe. No, he's gonna be Finnish.
This affair is by invitation only, Fräulein. Your papers, please.
Sorry, I don't have a passport with me. Are you gonna stamp it red and let me go?
I am sorry, but I have no time to talk, Fräulein. I am the chief of security, you understand. I have much responsibility.
Nice monocle, by the way. Alright, let's get in.
Danke, Fräulein. I'll return this pass when you are leaving. Enjoy yourselves this evening.
Leaving. 7 p.m. as it shows there. Somebody's popular at the party. And the accent went out the window, yep. No, it sounded more like Jeffrey Rush's character in Mystery Men.
It's the center of the Lion-Decker Museum Rotunda, dominated by the colossal bust of the pharaoh Ramses II. It's a colossal bust of the pharaoh Ramses II, discovered at the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple on the Nile's west bank opposite present-day Luxor. The complete Ramses statue stood nearly 60 feet tall and weighed more than 1,000 tons.
Damn.
Presumably Ramses was not this large in life, although many people have stated that Ramses had a big head. Neatly stacked water glasses. Some are full, some are empty. As a wise man once said, even empty water glasses have their uses.
I mean, if he had a door, Eldritch, he would walk out the door and he would be in Sweden already. And he doesn't stick anything out the window unless he's sure to get it back in again. And Zelda will get that. Ramen and cheese. Mmm, lovely. I mean, I've got the pasta, cheese, cream pasta, still some left here for dinner.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. The bottom of the glass reads, manufactured by Lion Decker Glassworks, Coarsegold, California.
Coarsegold, California, where Sierra's headquarters was based in. Always gotta put that self-reference somewhere.
This man looks like he's very low on moral fiber in his construction.
It's Ziggy.
His eyes dart around the room nervously, as if he's expecting someone to jump on him. His bald head reflects the overhead lighting. It's a presumably. Dr. Pippin Carter is a tall, dignified, middle-aged gentleman with a carefully trimmed mustache.
Dignified. As in pompous ass.
This smartly dressed man looks like an accountant, but there's an air of mystery about him as well. This short, blustery man reminds you vaguely of President Roosevelt. Despite his diminutive frame, his bearing is self-assured and cocky, and his pince-nez only adds to the aura of distinguished snobbery.
Pompous ass.
You eye this woman with a certain amount of jealousy. Her fashionably
Jealously.
high cheekbones, impeccably styled hair, and sultry eyes make you feel mousy and naive by comparison.
That's because you are mousy and naive and innocent, Laura. Don't go in her shoes. You'd be the talk of the town in the wrong way, if you know what I mean.
Heard any good rumors lately?
Maybe, or maybe not. What's it worth to you?
Well, I don't have any money right now.
Then I ain't got no rumors for you, Toots.
I mean, man's gotta make money in some ways.
I'll tell you, most of the cops around these towns stink.
Stink.
But O'Reilly is different. He's okay. He really knows how to treat a mouthpiece, you know? I made some good jack working for him.
Stimpy, you idiot! Almost sounds like Ren, doesn't he? It's like a mixture of Peter Lorre and Ren from Ren and Stimpy. I'm just expecting him to just suddenly go, Stimpy, you idiot!
Nice working, girl. I knew her when. Now she's a big hotshot museum, what do you call it? Back then, she was a streetwalker, if you catch my drift.
Nah, he's just trying to sell you a log.
Can't help you with that, Toots. What makes you think I knows anything about a dame like her? She wouldn't even have anything to do with me. I don't know anything about her. Why ask me?
That's odd. She seems to know you.
She does? We haven't even talked to her.
What did she say? It ain't true. Listen, that old cow couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it. I ain't taking the rap for her anyways. Now leave me alone before I calls the cops. Or
On yourself? Probably on yourself at this point.
I know the dagger was heisted. I might even know who done it. But I ain't talking.
Huh.
If you know, why won't you go to the police?
All I got is a suspicion. I got nothing hard. Besides, what have the cops done for me lately?
This is in the interests of justice. Who are you trying to protect?
I'm trying to protect me. Now flip.
Yeah, I would say accidental sequence breaking, yeah.
This is quite a party. Does a museum always have a big fundraiser when they open a new exhibit, Dr. Carter?
No, but they've never had such an important exhibit opening here before.
There's the heaviest Pumper says.
I'm an important curator with an important salary, so the museum wouldn't have been able to keep me employed here without financial assistance.
You must be very important for the museum to go to so much trouble.
Naturally. The museum is lucky that I accepted this position as the head of their new Egyptian antiquities department. Why, my name alone will attract more visitors and more money to the museum.
Any chance that the Tutankhamun exhibit will make a stop here on its American tour?
No. I'd hate to embarrass my relative by putting his Tutankhamun artifacts on display here. They pale by comparison to my own great discoveries, such as the Dagger of Amon Ra.
Of course.
The
How
diamonds,
silly
my
of
God!
me to think otherwise.
Just a
that
few
was
days,
rather
and the
silly,
diamonds will be ours. The diamonds, my God! Why is Game for referencing freaking dingo pictures of all things? I mean, he pretty much has the voice of the freaking Black Panther.
With a little work, I can turn the Lion Decker into a world-class museum. But that can wait a few months until they decide to make me the president. Dr. Carrington will have to find other employment, of course, but I'm sure some lesser museum would be happy to have him on their staff.
Yeah, he's not a pompous ass at all. Like immediately already thinking that the other museum president will lose his job because he's better. Pompous ass. Pompous.
That's me, you silly girl. If you want to arrange an in-depth interview, we'll have to schedule it later in the week.
You must be very upset about the burglary.
Quite so. If I ever find out who stole my Dagger of Amon Ra, they won't live to regret it, I can assure you.
Oh my. Do you have any idea who would do such a thing?
I have my suspicions, but I need more proof before I subject him to the full force of my wrath.
Have the police learned anything?
Those incompetents. Hardly. They couldn't even find any clues around the dagger display.
Sounds like the burglar might have been a professional.
Perhaps. It's more likely the local constable couldn't find a clue if it jumped up and bit him on the bum. Dr. Carrington is a fine chap. Used to be in charge of the British Museum, you know.
Oh.
I ran into him several years ago when I visited the British Museum to consult with Dr. Butch. Seems odd that Dr. Carrington doesn't remember me, but I almost didn't recognize him either. He's getting old after all. Looks different. Memory's probably shot as well.
Looks different, huh? How many years ago did you say? Few? That's like 5 years tops? People don't change that much in 5 years. Spicky has returned. Hey, Spicky.
dun dun!
Ah, yes. Can't say I'm too impressed with Detective O'Reilly. Couldn't find a single bloody clue about the Dagger burglary. And he has the nasty habit of chewing on grapes constantly. Probably to cover up the smell of the alcohol he drinks.
Ah. The detective is an alcoholic. Or drinks, at least. Alright. I mean, you just get rest. Specky.
Dr. Miklos is rather eccentric, but she is well educated. Received her training at one of the better universities in Athens, Greece. She's considered quite knowledgeable in the area of hieroglyphics, but her speciality is paleontology. She's fond of old bones.
Olympia Miklos.
Rather an unfortunate name, I think.
That's all you're gonna say about Ziggy?
That trollop sleeps with everything that moves.
Trollop.
And some things that don't. It's only by sheer strength of will that I've resisted her advances so far.
Oh, she really wants that pompous dick. I'm sure.
Ah, yes. Heimlich's the security chief here. Not a particularly good one, obviously, since the dagger was stolen right from under his nose. And he's rather too intense for my tastes.
Does he try to use the Heimlich maneuver a lot?
Of course I know Ramses. There were several of them, actually. Ramses I was pharaoh during the 19th dynasty from 1307 to 1306 BC, but Ramses II made more of an impact on ancient Egypt. From 1290 to 1224 BC, Ramses II undertook a succession of gargantuan construction projects which left his mark in the face of Egypt for thousands of years. His mortuary site at Thebes, the Ramesseum, contains a temple to Amon Ra, a royal palace, a mortuary temple, and several storerooms.
Actually, I was referring to Ramses Najir.
Never heard of him.
He's standing right there! Right next to you! Fucking pompous ass! Like super pompous!
The Countess was married to the former president of the Leyendecker Museum, Sterling Waldorf Carlton. A good chap, but uninspired. Now she has her sights set on Dr. Carrington.
Ah, moving on to the next target. The new president of the museum. Let's save the game and take a break. Like, unbelievable how pompous that ass is. Like, super pompous. They really made him, like, as pompous as a person can get. So good work on that writing, at least. They wanted a pompous ass. They certainly made it. Time for Soy Lunch and... There's Gabriel. With Ganesh. Alexei. All just hanging out. There's a sleepy bandit. And there's a playful shadow.
Totes are doors.
There, since nobody else was playing it, I'll play it. Yet again, only 5 kitty cats. I shall return soon. As soon as possible, that is. Dancing to the music before the food coma sets in. So much for that ketchup. Eat. Eat. Do do do. Do do.
Dinner.
So much the time when the chat goes super quiet. By the way, those not in the know, we have finally set a date when we're gonna start playing Diablo 2. And as far as and as far as I know, it's gonna be me, Eselta, Lord John, Simple Swede, and Pest. So there's gonna be 5. At least as far as I know. Diablo 2 Resurrected. No, because it's a Blizzard game. It's all only on their platform. Like Warcraft, Starcraft, and any other Blizzard game. They don't like Steam, apparently. Well, they like GOG. That's why their games are on GOG. Diablo 4 is on Steam? What a random thing of having on Steam. Diablo 4. Also, I should mention, the day when we are gonna start playing Diablo 2 is on May 3rd. We have chosen Saturday to be the day when we play games together. I mean, it's a community night when everybody's there, so it makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna play together. Yeah. That's okay, Gabriel. You need to sleep, so get as much sleep as you can. I'm gonna be a caster druid. I'm gonna specialize in volcano. Lord John is going to be a necromancer, probably a bone caster. Simple Swede might be a barbarian. That's what he's playing on his own right now, a barbarian. Zelda is thinking of Amazon or sorceress. And Pest is the only one that we don't know what class he's gonna be. So he's got lots of choices still. Lightning Amazon and just press a button to clear the map. Yeah, we're gonna be Diablo 2 Resurrected, yeah. Swede has been lately playing it a lot because he has had 3 days. So he's been playing him as a barbarian to practice. So he's definitely gonna be a barbarian. And Pest said that he's in the mood for an Amazon. So we'll see. I mean, if Pest wants to be an Amazon, then Zelda can choose whatever he wants. And apparently out of all of us, Zelda is the newbie. Because apparently he has no idea what he's gonna be doing. At least he will have veterans to teach. As in me, Pest, and Lord John. I mean, even Swede is a newbie for the game, but at least he's practicing. A paladin would be a good one, but because then we would have like 2 proper melee classes, but also paladin is good because of all the auras. It would help everybody. Oh. You can. So if you have the game, you can lock down Paladin. I mean, apparently Aselta wants to be an assassin or sorceress. I mean, both are good support classes. But if I were me, I would say more sorceress. I mean, an ice sorceress would destroy with the combination that we're gonna have. A necromancer paladin, barbarian druid caster, sorceress, an Amazon. I mean, that team already very destructive with all the skills. Hell yeah, Paladin Zambact. Woo! Yep, May 3rd, that's when we're gonna start. Usual stream time. So. Yeah. BFG Betty. Thunderpants. I think I've heard of that. I think I've seen a review of Thunderpants. Seems to be a very, very, very silly movie. You done yet with your awesomeness, BFG, so I can go back to the game? Laura Bow in BFG Division. Back to the game. So I talked to Pippin Carter. Pompous ass with a first name of Pippin. I don't think he has room to be pompous with that kind of a silly name.
Bonjour, Miss Bow. Dr. Carrington told me you were covering this party for the newspaper. I'm Yvette Delacroix.
That's right, Miss Delacroix. I'm writing the social news column.
Ah, the social news. I was thinking you were here about the burglary.
The burglary? Of course not. The newspaper would never assign a female cub reporter like myself to such an important story.
Ah, you are probably being correct, Miss Bow.
Nice covery. Nice cover story from Laura.
Yes, I am Yvette Delacroix, but I am not one to be talking about myself too much, no? I am not like the great Dr. Carter, who has so many of the great stories to tell. Ah, Monsieur Pippin, he is such a great man. And quite attractive, no?
Nope. He's super ugly because of his character.
Dr. Carrington is my superior, so I'd rather not be saying the bad things about him.
What bad thing?
He is very strange, even for a man. Ah, but you are trying to trick me, no? It's best that I am not talking about him. Ah, Monsieur O'Reilly, he is magnifique. He is so intelligent, so confident, so... Ooh la la.
I assume you've met him before tonight.
Oh yes, we are, how do you say, the old friends.
Old
It
friends?
never hurts to have the highly placed friend on the local police force, no?
Ew.
I suppose that's true. What do you think of his burglary investigation?
People here, they keep saying Monsieur O'Reilly, his investigation of the dagger is not good, but he tries very hard. I have seen him work, but the dagger thief, he is very good, no?
He? You think the burglar was a man?
It is only the manner of speaking, Miss Bow. This burglar, she could have been the female as well.
That is true.
This speakeasy, it used to be the good place of the business for me, no? Then I got this job, so I don't have to do that anymore.
What kind of work did you do at the speakeasy?
Good question.
I was the hostess there for a while.
Hostess.
With your appearance, you must have gotten a lot of tips.
And probably something else.
I suppose you could be calling it that. I got the very big tips.
And she ain't talking about no money. Yep.
Ah, the Godfather. I met him only once on the train.
Train.
The train was the sleeper car. It was dark, and I climbed into his berth by mistake. He will always remember that meeting, I am sure.
He does, and he regrets it.
Unfortunately, will have forgotten it in a few months.
Yeah, Zelda, we are at the moment of pompous asses, especially after talking to Pippin Carter, the most pompous of pompuses. Like, he's not even a pompous ass, he's a pompous pump. Because he likes to do this to himself.
The low-fat, I know him. The little laundry I take to the cleaners, low-fat does it himself. We have the deal he enjoys, so it costs me nothing.
Yeah, she goes around everywhere and doesn't care. I don't even want to know how many STDs this woman has. Like she has so many, probably even the doctor, gynecologist will go, damn.
The annoying little man, I met him at this speakeasy long ago, but he is not my class of person, no. He is of the criminal type.
Definitely space herpes. Yeah, I'm sure that they would find something new. Like, if this is an STD I've never heard of. Have you ever seen anything like this? Never seen anything like this before. Very alien. Alien herpes. Nah. Space herpes. Space herpes.
Dr. Miklos and I, we have much of the fun together. She is very friendly. Many times we have run through the museum chasing the daisy, no?
Huh? Ran through the museum chasing the daisy? Is that a euphemism that I don't know?
Monsieur Heimlich, he is the intense fellow, no? Very military, very stiff and straight.
Weasel. Daisy's a weasel.
Around him, but I also feel uncomfortable. He patrols the museum so much. It is strange the dagger was stolen from under his nose, no?
I remember, or a mongoose. Something like that.
Who knows? I am not the policeman. But he seemed very upset about the burglary. Maybe too upset, no?
I remember that we see Daisy running around, and Daisy is like a mongoose or something.
Monsieur Najir, he is a funny little man. I see him in many strange places in the museum. But he is only the accountant for us, so I don't understand why he is here all the time.
Do you think Mr. Najir could have stolen the dagger?
Why, because he is the Egyptian? I do not think so, Miss Bo, but I do not know him so very well. He is a man after all, and who knows how they are thinking.
He's thinking with a lisp.
Ah, the Countess. She is not what she seems, no?
What do you mean?
Her last husband, he was afraid of her. He told me. Then as I learned more, I was becoming afraid of her too.
Why? She seems like a nice old lady.
Whom we haven't even talked to yet.
It is the act, no? She is a dangerous one. Now I think she is after Dr. Carrington's money, since I am seeing them together so often lately.
I don't understand. Why is she so dangerous?
Just be trusting me, Miss Bo. Stay away from the Countess. People die when she's around.
Oh dear.
Huh. Feel like there's some kind of a conspiracy going around here about that.
Good evening, sir. My name is Laura Bow.
I am Ramses Najir, Miss Bow. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
See? He talks with a lisp. Hey, Austrial. I remember when I did the voices, I gave him the Jello voice. So he didn't have a lisp like this. He was a lisp like this. A much heavier lisp.
A thousand curses on that man. He defiled the tombs of my sacred ancestors for his own personal glory. He doesn't care a fig for what's right and what's wrong. His own evil deeds will catch up with him, though. Just wait and see.
Just reading that text was like my brain is broken right now. So many. I mean, that would be actually really hard to read out loud.
I have heard a great deal about Mr. Carrington, but I do not know him very well. We have only spoken once or twice, but he seems like a cultured, charming fellow.
Also, Mr. Dagir, are you wearing lipstick or something? I mean, your lips are, like, really red.
To be perfectly honest, I do not care for Mr. O'Reilly. I do not think he
Also, I love your
the
Superman
beauty in
haircut.
ancient Egypt.
With the little...
He is somewhat blunt in his approach to others as well. I suppose that is just part of his job, however. I do not know Ziggy very well, but he makes me uneasy.
Maketh
His
me.
eyes remind me of a jackal's. I met him briefly at the party, then avoided him the rest of the time. Dr. Miklos is a brilliant individual, but he is certainly a little strange. Ah well, we all have our foibles, don't we, Miss Bow? Miss Yvette is a charming young lady, and so friendly. She seems genuinely interested in Egyptology.
Oh, she's interested
We
in
had a
something
long
else.
Discussion about tombs one time.
I bet you did the talking and she did something else. Not listening. Something else she focused on.
I find Mr. Heimlich to be most intimidating. He seems to enjoy looming over people.
I think that was Dr. Olympia Miklos because she's a paleontologist. I remember her being really weird. Kind of creepy, in a way. I remember her, Olympia, and Ramses had a discussion in Olympia's office, and she wanted to see the bottom of his feet because there was blood, and she got way too excited about it. Yeah, Olympia is a creep. Yeah, something like that, yeah, but still seeing the blood, she got like... So yeah, when we talk to her, we are going to get the shivers in our back. And not in a good way.
The Countess is quite a colorful lady. She seems to enjoy life to the fullest, does she not? Just between you and me, she scares me a little.
Why is that, Mr. Najee?
Yeah, why is that?
Well, she's just too enthusiastic for me, I suppose.
Enthusiastic.
Mr. Najee, would you have any idea who might have stolen the Dagger of Amon Ra?
No, but whoever did should be boiled alive. He should be fed to hungry crocodiles. His guts should be strung from the pyramids. He should... Oh, excuse me. I get a little passionate on the subject.
A little?
Quite all right, Mr. Najee. I understand.
Yeah, it's understandable that you're miffed. Pissed off.
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
What a charming fellow.
The fellow has quite an overinflated ego.
Quite.
He's got a legitimate reason for it, I suppose.
Yeah, quite is an understatement. A really big understatement.
Well, that's me, young lady. Dr. Archibald Carrington III, at your service.
Are you also half good because you talk like this?
Oh, he's a good enough chap for a law enforcement peon.
Peon. Work, work. Zug, zug.
Miss Bow, I find it vaguely offensive that you would even think that I know anyone named Ziggy.
He's right there. The bald guy. The little squealy weasel.
Dr. Miklas is one of the museum's most respected curators. I really haven't had much interaction with Miss Delacroix. Well, of course, she is my assistant, so I guess I should correct myself and say that I do have interaction with her. But I don't know her very well, really.
Oh, I think you know her really well, like half of the people here. Why does everyone here deny knowing each other? Because they're pompous asses?
He's a real pip. A genuine go-getter, that fellow. He does a jolly good job of guarding the museum. Jolly good.
Knows her in the biblical sense. Yeah, he did say that he has a lot of interaction with her.
Now there's an intense personality. He doesn't look it, but there's something seething below the surface.
I noticed.
I'm frightfully sure of it. In any case, the fellow is a fine accountant.
Yeah, but he's a powder keg, a keg of gunpowder about to explode.
Now there's a lady who truly supports the arts. A real patron, that old girl.
Really enjoys art. But not the rest of it. I mean, it is a museum, of course there's gotta be art pieces around. Let's go meet some more pompous asses, shall we?
You see a rotund, ruddy-complexioned man in a fez. Despite his bulk, he moves with dignity and grace.
Must be Tut.
A severe, conservative, middle-aged woman with an intelligent look in her eye.
Dr. Miklos?
You see a tall Irish gentleman with red hair who acts like a cop.
O'Reilly?
It's a happy party-goer.
How happy? Who knows?
This is the western portion of the Leyendecker Museum Rotunda. It's an alcove occupied by a very impressive urn that contains the ashes of the deceased architect of the Leyendecker Museum, Arvin Slatherlord Loudermilk III.
Slatherlord.
The extra-large size urn had to be specially built to accommodate Loudermilk's massive ego.
Ha, ha, ha. I don't think, if somebody had a massive ego like that, I don't think it would have fit an urn even that size.
You must be Dr. Ptah Sheptut Smith. Nice gold ankh you're wearing. This is quite a party, isn't it?
I find it distasteful to celebrate thievery in the name of science. The artifacts in this museum's Egyptian collection do not belong here. They belong in Egypt.
That's only your opinion.
It is the truth. And the thieves who rob Egypt of its ancient treasures will find death waiting for them. Amon Ra will have his revenge.
I see. Well, nice weather we're having.
Great accent, especially when it's a mixture of Arabic and Indian. Like Hindi. Not even close to Egyptian. It's a good effort.
You dare to mention his name to me? He is the blasphemous temple destroyer and tomb robber who stole the Dagger of Amon Ra from Egypt. He will know the full force of the curse of the pharaohs.
Curse of the pharaohs?
Pharaohs? What's that?
Curse the
defiers of
pharaohs?
the great Egyptian tombs and temples will all die as a result of their crimes. The gods themselves will punish them. The great Amon Ra will snuff out Peepin' Carter's life as easily as I can crush a dung beetle under my shoe.
He will snuff out.
Amon Ra works in mysterious ways. You will have to wait and see.
But hey, fizzes are cool.
It is
So
better
says
to
the
know
doctor.
some of the questions than all of the answers.
Sure. Thanks, game.
I had hoped that Dr. Carrington would listen to reason. I had made another appointment to speak with him about the return of the Dagger of Amon Ra to its rightful home. But this seems futile since it is no longer in the museum.
Another appointment? You spoke to Dr. Carrington once already?
Only by phone. He denied Egypt's claim to the dagger. It was hoped that a personal visit would convince him of our sincerity. But the situation has changed since then. I believe he's investigating the burglary of the Dagger of Amon Ra. Perhaps, if he'd stopped drinking, he might have a chance at finding it. Never heard of it.
Ha! Never heard of it. Ziggy. Yeah, he's not even a he. It's more like an it.
Dr. Miklos is very well educated for a woman. I would like her more if she were an Egyptian.
What's the problem of her being Greek? They're neighboring countries over the ocean.
Ah, a delightful girl. I keep asking her if she'd like to be my second wife. She is so very feminine and seductive and charming and attractive and...
Okay. I get the idea.
You should try to be more like Yvette. Men would like you more that way.
Men like me just fine the way I am.
That's what you think. I find you quite annoying.
What the fuck? Anybody got a baseball bat? I need to crush his balls. No, actually a sledgehammer. No, wait. A hydraulic press. Yes. Different culture, you know, so they talk different.
Heinrich is that annoying guard who works here.
You're
His
annoying.
fanatical devotion to his occupation is admirable, but he seems lacking in his mental capacities.
So do you. You're annoying and you don't have any mental capacities. Haha, Badum Tish gotcha.
Ramses I was pharaoh during the 19th dynasty, from 1307 to 1306 BC.
He's giving me the same shtick as Carter.
Ramses II.
He's
was
giving me the
responsible
same
for
shtick
gigantic
as
construction
Carter.
projects, which left his mark on the face of Egypt for thousands of years. I admire his great works and hope to emulate his feat someday.
Actually, I was referring to Ramses Najir.
Niger is... never heard of him.
Huh.
Are you sure you don't know him?
Uh-huh.
No? I mean, yes. English is such a difficult language.
You speak English just fine. You know Najir. You just don't want to talk about him.
I have only met her briefly, but she seems to have a sincere concern about my problems. A charming woman.
Have you heard anything about the burglary?
No?
Do you have any idea who would want to steal the
Let me
Dagger
guess.
of Amon
No.
Ra?
It has already been stolen once, from Egypt.
I can see I won't get anywhere with you on this topic.
Uh-huh. Might as well move on to the next person.
Good evening, Dr. Miklos.
Oh, good evening, Miss Bo.
I would like to hear Specky say that line, so we can compare a genuine Greek English accent to her fake one. Yeah, she's the creepy one.
Dr. Carter is an odd one, if you ask me. He is so very interested in gaining personal glory. He doesn't seem to fully understand the beauty of what he has discovered. Why, the Amon Ra artifacts are a symphony, a tribute to the wonders of death.
Yeah, there's our first inclination what she's fascinated in. Death. Oh yeah, I was like, what's with the rolling R's? The rolling R's. So let's ask about Dr. Archibald Carrington.
Dr. Carrington is a quiet one. I don't see him very often. I'm certain, however, that he must have a poetic soul.
Oh yes, after all,
What
she
makes you
is
say that,
Greek.
Dr. Miklos?
I have seen him walking amongst the dead in the Egyptian exhibit late at night. I cannot blame him. It's better than moonlight on headstones.
See me walking amongst the dead like she turns into freaking Russian there for a while.
Ah, yes. Detective O'Reilly. I can't say that I'm overly fond of that one. He has little respect for the wonderful things in the museum, and he is too firmly rooted in this life. I do not believe that he likes the dead at all. Can you imagine?
I can imagine quite a lot that people don't like the dead. Freak. That actually would deserve a burn. That she said that Ziggy reminds her of one of the rats in her collection. Dead rats, that is. Dried dead rats.
But we have already discussed that,
Oh,
my
yeah.
dear. Let's move on to a fresh topic, shall we?
Oh yeah, they have here that if you ask about the same topic, you either get a different answer or they're like, hey, we talked about that already. They don't repeat the same thing over and over.
I find Yvette to be a charming young lady.
Charming.
Some people around here don't
Around
appreciate her
Europe.
zest for life.
but I find her quite refreshing.
Do you think that the Greek is the same as Finnish?
Ah, Wolf. He has some lovely scars, doesn't he?
Scars.
Just between us girls, I think he's dreamy.
No niin. Good for you. Perkele, kun on sitä R. No niin. Siksi mä sanoin, että se on melkein suomalainen, kun tulee niin paljon R siellä. Niin kun meillä on toi rullaava R. Mutta ei Kreikassa ole mitään sellaista.
Mr. Najir is a very quiet one, isn't he? And so polite.
I mean, that's Russian accent that she's got going.
Sometimes I wonder about him, though. I see a
That's
certain
far
light
from
in his
Greek.
eyes, like daisies, when she's about to kill a spider. I think I like Mr. Najir.
No sä tiedät miltä spekki kuulostaa, kun se puhuu englantia. Ei siellä mitään rullaavia R:iä siellä on. Like, we've all heard Specky speak. He doesn't roll his R's like that. I mean, these people didn't even check, like, any movies with proper Greek. Like, they could have watched any movie with Topol. He's a Greek man. We watched Flash Gordon. He was in that.
I don't know if I trust that one. She screamed when she saw my beautiful dried rats
Ferret.
exhibit and cried out like a baby when my ferret Daisy bit her ankle. Foolish woman.
Now we know that Daisy is a ferret. Not a mongoose or a weasel. Ferret. R:n kierrän ympäri orren, S:n pistän taskuun.
Dr. Miklos, do you have any idea who would want to steal the Dagger of Amon Ra?
Amon
Very
Ra.
funny. Everybody, silly girl. It's a priceless artifact. Not only that, but it is said that the blade is an unknown alloy that can slice through bone like butter.
I suppose that was a silly question after all. Let me rephrase that. Do you know of anyone with any particular motive?
Well, Tut Smith and Ramesses Najir both wanted it very badly to return it to
Perser,
their
vaikka
homeland. But they
perseeseen.
are both so upset, it hardly seems possible that they could have done it. Then again, perhaps they are just fine actors.
I mean, her accent is so heavy. Not even close to Greek, it's more close to Russian. As far as I hear. It's just so Russian. I mean, I know when I did the voice for her, I didn't have the accent because I hadn't studied Greek at all back then. But this is just, whew, something else.
How are you, Detective O'Reilly?
Just fine, lassie. You're looking lovely this evening.
Oh, thank you. At least somebody who knows manners.
Questions are a burden to...
You can have my accent if you want, but only for lenses. Oops. I skipped. Restore. I want to hear what he says.
How are...
Just...
Accidentally double-clicked.
That fella is just too big for his britches. That's all I have to say. Someone ought to take him down a notch or two.
No, somebody needs to take him off his cloud and back to the ground. I mean, his head is so inflated that even if we try to pop it, all we get is just a small... And it deflates really slow. His ego is that big.
He's got too many brains, that one. He thinks he's better than us all.
No, it's Carter who thinks he's better than us all. Carrington is just weird.
That man is a human weasel. Stay away from him, lassie.
Now, we'll talk to Ziggy as much as we need to.
That woman is downright unnatural, Miss Laura. I'd stay away from her if I were you. She keeps asking me if I've got any scars, don't you know?
So, which part of Ireland are you from? Minnesota? Ohio? Iowa? Don't you know? You know, that's the typical thing that Irish people say. Don't you know? Oh yeah.
Another visitor.
Stay a while. Stay forever. Thank you for the follow.
Now there's a lovely girl. A real lady, don't you know?
Stop saying don't you know. You're not from Minnesota. Stop it. It's getting annoying.
He's not much of a security guard, if you're asking me. How could I trust a man who allowed a thief to waltz right in here and steal one of the exhibits if he didn't do it himself? He hasn't even got an alibi for the night of the burglary, since he was here alone.
I mean, sometimes he's got a good Irish accent there. Like every now and then it sounds like Irish. But it's only like 60% of the time.
I'm a busy man.
Oh, sorry. It was a Najir.
I don't like that wee fella. Think he's light in his loafers, don't you know?
Don't you know? What the hell did they watch back then to think that the Irish people say don't you know? I hear that every time I watch a Jacksepticeye, he constantly says don't you know, don't you know, don't you know. Top of the morning, don't you know. I shouldn't hark this much on the accents and everything, but these are not professional actors. Gotta remember, these are people from their goddamn their office. Like, these are the producers, directors, and other people.
Now there's a slippery old bat. If she's royalty, then I'm Rudolph Valentino.
Quite the claim. They're always after his lucky charms. Yep. Hey there, Basenji. Welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a good time here. Of me harking on the Sierra Studios.
If you ask me, missy, they're blowing the whole thing out of proportion. Begorra, you'd think that something important had been stolen.
You don't consider a priceless Egyptian artifact to be important?
Apparently it doesn't.
Listen, girlie, if I chased down every petty theft that occurred within the nastier segments of the population, I'd be working 30 hours a day.
I would hardly call the Lion Decker Museum a nasty segment of the population, Mr. O'Reilly. And if you're referring to our Egyptian visitors, shame on you. And don't call me girly.
And don't call me Shirley.
A fiery one, Miss Laura. All right, I won't call you girly, little lassie.
Dick. Pompous ass, pompous ass, pompous ass. Pompous ass, pompous ass. Floozy. Pompous ass, pompous ass. Pompous ass.
You see a short, elderly woman dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensively, and sporting a grotesque amount of makeup. In fact, when she speaks, you notice small flecks of base coat chipping off of her jowls and tumbling onto her furred collar.
And that's not a makeup anymore. That's just plaster on her face. Maybe that's what she used. Like, this makeup is not good enough. Oh, plaster. That'll keep me young and whatever.
Hi, I'm Laura Bow, and I'm covering this event for the Tribune Society news column.
Good evening, Miss Bow. I'm the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. Please be sure to spell my name right in your story.
I didn't know that I'm playing freaking Beneath a Steel Sky or reading a Frank Miller comic here. Like, well, what's with the random capitalization with the words? I don't know what the music reminds me of at times. But it's something alright. Sorry to just notice that there's messages for me on Discord. Worst thing is in dandruff. It's another Sierra game that it reminds me of. Oh. Oh. Kind of reminds me of Keep On Laughing's music in Quest for Glory 2. Alright, let's start questioning her about everybody.
Ah, truly a man of great ambition and integrity,
Ha! Ambition? Yeah. Integrity? Ha! Fucking pompous ass. The most pompous of all the asses.
Dr. Carrington, what about him? I know very little about the man.
Now that's odd.
Mm-hmm.
I could have sworn Mr. Dorian said that you met Dr. Carrington in a taxi when he arrived on the Andrea Doria.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so what if I did? I mean, yes, I did meet him that night. Our families are, old allies from the time of the War with the Roses. I felt obliged to meet him upon his arrival. Noblesse oblige, you understand.
Something more going on there that we can ever know, or maybe we will know. Who knows? No. Anyway.
Well, to tell you the truth, dear girl, I find him to be a crude, uncultured ruffian.
Here. What do you think about Ziggy then?
He seems a perfectly dreadful little fellow. Let's not discuss him.
Good idea. Your families were leaks to died out families of titles to the English crown. You never proofread the text that you've written, Bannikin, do you? I mean, you've made tons of typos today.
My, she is unusual, isn't she, dear girl?
Understatement.
I can't stand that horrid ferret of hers. I'm sure it hates me. I am not interested in discussing that little trollop.
Good idea. At least you said the truth, which others haven't said, that she is a trollop.
Oh, Mr. Heimlich is simply dreadful.
Oh!
I think his tiny taste of authority has gone to his little head. Don't you, Miss Bow?
It seems like it, yeah. I mean, other people have said that Heimlich does his job a little too seriously.
Oh, he's a darling little man, just darling.
Darling? Ew! At least there's someone she likes. Ew! Sorry.
What do you make of the theft of the Dagger of Amon Ra, Countess?
Oh, it's horrid. Simply horrid. What sort of creature would make off with a priceless work of art, I wonder?
Do you have any ideas about who it might have been?
Oh, my, no! I try not to associate with dreadful people, dear girl. Miss Bow, you must be sure to avoid such dens of iniquity. They can only ruin a young lady's reputation.
But apparently not an old lady's reputation, because apparently you go there constantly. Both families of York and Lancaster that fought the War of Roses have died out long ago. True. I mean, it really goes to show, Ben, again, that she has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. Seems like she's more of a charlatan than anything else. Like lying about her bloodlines and everything. She sounds about 2 cocktails away from doing the whale dance. Well, she goes to the speakeasy a lot, so it's no wonder that if she's already hammered. Even before coming here.
Countess, has 1926 been a good year for you?
Oh, no, dear girl. It's been absolutely horrid. My darling husband Sterling died this year, you know. I don't know what I'll do without him.
Apparently,
I'm terribly sorry to hear
aim
that,
at character
Countess.
or other people.
Well, aren't you the sweet little thing? Thank you, my dear.
You're welcome. Now here comes the fun part. We're gonna go eavesdropping now. Nope, yep, stupid. What are you doing? I didn't click right. I clicked back here.
There I was, standing on the hillside above the excavation in the Valley of the Kings, with the faithful Mahmud describing the dance of the seven veils to me in great detail, when a shout rose up from the workers below us. Sensing an important discovery at hand, since I have a sixth sense about these things, I scurried downhill to see that a step had been uncovered in the sand. It turned out to be the entrance to the Temple of Amon Ra. I took the trowel from the Boskafir and cleared the sand away from the rest of the steps myself, revealing the entrance to the temple. The seal of the necropolis was intact.
Yvette looks like
seal
she's like,
indicating that
please kill me
the
now,
temple had
please.
not been disturbed. I knew that fate had brought me to the discovery I had been seeking for so long. Tireless after my exertion in clearing the staircase, I used a sledgehammer to break through the sealed doorway. Within lay the greatest accomplishment of my considerable career. Hidden within the darkness, untouched for thousands of years in the isolated temple, lay the magnificent Dagger of Amon Ra, the greatest discovery of modern archaeology.
Good show.
Magnifique. Very impressive, Dr. Carter.
That's when you heisted it, right?
No, I didn't heist it, you annoying little man. I took it out of the temple and showed it to the workers, who immediately fell upon their faces, all 350 of them, to show respect for my accomplishment.
That's hard to believe, Dr. Carter. Egyptian workers have proudly worked the archaeological digs for many years. I would not think they'd exaggerate their respect for you to such an extent.
But then you weren't there, were you, Mr. Nagier?
Maybe he was?
Well, no, that's true.
And when was the last time you were in Egypt, Mr. Nagier? You seem to have lost some of your accent.
Well, it has been several years.
I thought as much.
Your discovery really was quite a remarkable achievement, Dr. Carter.
Was remarkable, Dr. Carrington? You mean it is a remarkable achievement. There has never been anything like it before.
Quite so. Correction noted, Doctor.
If you will all be excusing me, I see a man I need to speak to.
Certainly, Miss Delacroix.
Speak to.
Certainly.
Boy, did he bet. She's some dish, ain't she?
Yes, those Frenchwomen really have something. I don't think my wife would ever have done it in a mummy case.
In my vast experience of women from different lands, I tend to agree with you, Mr. Nagier. I suggested we have a deep conversation on the back of a dinosaur, but I was pleasantly surprised by the result.
Yes, Miss Delacroix is certainly the cat's pajamas, as the Americans would say.
Yeah, we does come up with some good sayings, don't we?
Quite.
Good Lord, I hadn't realized a woman was present. Please excuse us, Miss Bow.
Oh, I wasn't actually listening to you gentlemen, Dr. Carrington. I just happened to be...
I'm just practicing my peacock.
Excuse me.
Brian, I'm having the hardest of times keeping my hands off you.
Not here, Yvette. There's too many people.
They are not important. You are the most powerful man here, my Ryan.
My
What about
Ryan?
that Carrington guy. He's president of this museum.
The doctor, he is old and weak. You are the young one and strong.
And what would you be wanting, Miss Bow?
Oh, well, I thought I heard you call my name.
You must have been hearing things. I didn't even mention your name.
Oh, sorry. I've got to be going now. Excuse me.
And what were you doing when that fancy dagger was being stolen then?
Let me see. I was sleeping in my hotel room.
Normal poses that
too
people
sure
make.
about that.
I haven't been sleeping too well since I arrived in this country. I'm tired, so I'm not thinking too well.
You're not sleeping well. Would you be having a guilty conscience then?
I do not
See, yes, I'm back.
understand your meaning, Mr. O'Reilly. Perhaps it is the English. It is
By the way,
such a
nice honk.
curious language, not as clear as the Egyptian.
Well, you say the dagger is what brought you to this country. If I were in your position, I'd be tempted to steal it.
Steal what has already been stolen? The Dagger of Amon Ra belongs to the Egyptian people, Mr. O'Reilly, not to Dr. Carter, not to this museum, and not to this country.
Freaking
I'd be watching what
Hindi
you're saying, Dr. Smith.
accent.
You're digging your hole deeper with every word.
Maybe he's from
Amon Ra
Nepal,
will
not
seek his
Egypt.
own vengeance on
Or
those who have
Pakistan.
removed his dagger from Egypt. Amon Ra does not require my help.
You say you were sleeping when it was stolen. Were you alone?
That, sir, is none of your business.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Dr. Smith. It is my business as long as you're a suspect in the burglary.
A suspect? Do you Americans have no shame? I'm here to gain the return of the dagger by legal means. Ask Dr. Carrington.
I have talked to Dr. Carrington, and I know he told you no dice.
The matter is not settled until the last camel drinks from the water of the oasis.
What's that? Some kind of Egyptian double talk?
Excuse me, sir, but I see a turkey leg on the buffet table that requires my attention.
If you want to know my theory about it, I think it was stolen by an Egyptian. No offense to your people, Mr. Nagier, but I think there is a secret sect of Egyptian sun worshippers who have sent an envoy here to steal the dagger.
Countess, I hardly think that's likely. Secret sects like you're describing haven't existed.
It's like
in
he's posing
hundreds
for a
of years.
picture on a catalog.
Oh, really? And what makes you such an authority on secret sects, Mr. Nagier?
Well,
Would Zoolander
I am
do this?
only expressing my opinion, madam. I'm certainly not an expert on the subject.
Quite so. I think my theory is as good as anyone's, darling, and I heard it from a reliable source.
Oh? Who was that?
A cigarette,
Never
most
mind.
likely.
Let's just say my
But it's
source has
definitely a
never been
holder.
wrong before.
There's always a first time for everything, Countess. I still find your theory far-fetched.
Since you seem to be listening, Miss Bow, what do you think of my theory?
What? Oh, I definitely think it's worth considering, Countess.
Now Thief's got the lisp.
There, you see, Mr. Nagier, the press takes me seriously.
Why did Laura speak with a freaking lisp?
Of course, it is kind of far-fetched.
Well, I never. Excuse me.
Harumph!
Oh, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry.
Tee.
So that's the deal, Countess.
Deal?
I'd rather not talk about it right now.
Yeah, no kidding. DeWall's got ears around here. And so does certain nosy reporters, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I simply must speak to Dr. Carrington.
Sure thing, Toots.
Those two are making a deal? Huh. I mean, Ziggy goes to Speakeasy, so she goes there, so maybe they made some kind of a deal there. At some point. And now Ziggy has moved on to Yvette.
Well, ain't you the hoity-toity dame these days? I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
Excuse
What
me,
a sleazeball.
am I knowing you, sir?
Ziggy's my moniker. You gonna pretend you doesn't know me?
You are making the joke with me, no? Perhaps you have confused me with someone else?
I ain't joking. You're Yvette Delacroix. I'd know that body of yours anywheres.
I am sure I am not knowing what you mean, Monsieur Ziggy.
Oh, I get it. Yous is worried one of these hi-hats is gonna hear us, right? Oh, okay. I'm clued in. We can talk later.
Are you enjoying the culinary delights this evening, Miss Delacroix?
This food, it is adequate. I do not eat so much. This way I maintain my figure, no?
Ah, yes. And a lovely figure it is, Miss Delacroix.
Merci, Dr. Carrington. You are so kind.
I feel we've known each other long enough. Please call me Archibald.
As you wish, Archibald. I am yours to command, as always.
She doesn't hold back now, does
Miss
she?
Bow, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, no. I was just admiring Miss Delacroix's dress.
Merci, Miss Bow. And your gown, it is a bit out of date, but charming nonetheless.
Thank you, I think.
Well, if you ladies will excuse me, I must mingle with the guests.
O'Reilly and Ziggy.
Well, well, look what the leprechaun's dragged in.
Hey, now watch what yous calls me, O'Reilly. I don't know what that leprechaun thing is, but I don't like the sound of it.
Leprechaun.
I'm sure you've been called worse things, smart guy.
Only by low-class type poisons, O'Reilly. By the way, ain't you afraid of being seen with me?
Cops talk to stoolies.
Look
all
out,
the
Graham!
time.
A
I was
low-class
wondering what you're
boy is
doing.
in his type.
I'm a big patron of the arts. That's the
Or
kind
police
of
in his
high-class
low-class
guy I
type.
am.
You don't even know what the word patron means.
I does too.
Okay, what does patron mean?
Hey, ain't that the countess I see over there? I needs to talk to her.
Yvette, Ramesses, and Tut.
One thing I am admiring about the Egyptian man is the way he is treating his woman, with the strong hand and the firm words.
Well, that is the proper way, as our culture teacheth us.
Which is not to say our culture is primitive by any means. Our civilization has evolved over thousands of years, so our methods are quite well thought out and practical.
And the Egyptian man, he is very skilled in the private matters as well, no?
Well, speaking for
Just a
myself,
casual pose.
I feel it is my
Just like
sacred
them.
duty to be knowledgeable in all matters that concern me.
I've certainly had no complaints about my skills, Mrs. Delacroix.
Ah, Miss Bow, I didn't see you standing there.
You weren't supposed to.
Well, I hear another turkey leg calling my name at the buffet table. So if you'll excuse me.
This guy really likes to
The
eat turkey
leg,
legs.
It sounds good to me also. I'll accompany you, Dr. Smith.
Yvette Olympia and the Countess. Interesting. I wonder what they're gonna talk about.
Countess, they tell me you were married to the last museum president, no?
Yes, darling.
Olympia
that's
looks
correct.
weird even closer.
Sterling Waldorf Carlton.
Her eyes are
was
looking
such a
two different
charming
directions.
man, and so wealthy. My heart is just an empty void without him.
Yeah, but your bank account isn't, right?
Yes, Sterling was such a nice man. It's too bad that he's worm food now.
Worm food.
Ew.
Worm.
I prefer to think that Sterling is still with me in spirit.
Yeah, in the bottle.
Oh, I'm sure his body is crawling with maggots.
Crawling.
But if his spirit is with you, let me know because I'd love to see it.
It is hard to lose a loved one, no? I understand you were only married this short time, Countess.
Yes, I had only 2 short but charming months of married life with Sterling before he died.
And how long had you known this man before you were married?
Oh, we met just 1 charming month before we decided to get married. It was love at first sight.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, I had only been in this country a few weeks when I met Sterling on an offshore casino ship. It's quite legal to drink and gamble there, you know, and all the right people attend. Sterling was so charming.
Charming.
He swept me off my feet.
This Sterling, he must have had the large broom.
It's just a matter of...
She is French, Bergen, not
Sterling was a
German.
wealthy man. You must have inherited a nice fortune, Countess.
The money doesn't matter,
She is
darling.
the French woman.
There's an annoying problem with the estate right now.
Problem?
It seems Sterling was changing his will when he died to give me more money, perhaps. Anyway, I'm sure my attorney will take care of the problem.
Too bad you can't dig him up to finish his new will.
Ah, the fake Greek.
Yes,
Mm.
quite.
Yes, quite. Yes. Quite. Yes. Mm.
The archaeology, it is such a masculine profession. Breaking into the ancient tombs with your sledgehammer, thrusting your way into the treasure chambers, touching the gold artifacts. It is also stimulating, no?
Yes, well, when you put it that way, I guess it is rather stimulating being the most important archaeologist of all time.
Most important.
And it is such a burden to bear this greatness, no? With such pressure to perform, you must be perfect all the time.
Yes, you have a unique understanding of my problems, Yvette.
Ah, your problems, they are obvious, no?
Yeah, he's a pompous ass.
Very kind of you to say that, but there are many who misinterpret my actions. They don't understand the pressure of having famous relatives in the same line of work, and having to compare oneself to them all the time.
Ah, but the Tutankhamun find, it is nothing when compared to your discovery, no?
Correct. I didn't realize you knew so much about archaeology.
I know many things, Dr. Carter.
So I've heard. Maybe we should discuss archaeology sometime.
I'd love to hear about the work you do, Dr. Carter. Perhaps later tonight?
Will you be working late tonight?
Oh, yes. I think everyone will be here tonight, no? There is much to be done to prepare for the opening of your exhibit tomorrow.
Yeah, she's come out of the shower with the hair rolls in.
For tea around 3 a.m. if you'd like to join me.
It sounds wonderful.
Tea
Perhaps
at
you
3
would
a.m.?
Come by my office then?
They are not gonna sleep.
I'd be delighted.
In a normal way.
It is so gracious of you to take the time to speak with me.
Nonsense. Think nothing of it.
How will I ever repay you for this courtesy? I know how busy you are, Dr. Carter.
I'm sure we'll think of something. And call me Pippin.
Pepin. That's what she's gonna call you, Pepin. I would call you pee-pee head. Pee-pee brain. Pee-pee poo-poo. That's what his name is, Pee-pee poo-poo Carter.
I told you to stop bothering me, you camel driver.
Shut up, pee-pee poo-poo.
Dr. Carter, I will stop bothering you when the dagger is safely back in Cairo.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the bloody dagger has been stolen from the bloody museum, you great twit.
Of course he's racist.
I see no reason.
Goes
to
with the
shake up
pompous
chest
ass
with you,
attitude.
Dr. Carter. I am aware of the burglary. I am also aware that no evidence was left behind, and the dagger case was not armed. In fact, I think you removed the dagger from the exhibit.
Me? Me? And what bloody reason would I have to steal my own bloody dagger from my own bloody exhibit?
The dagger is not yours, Doctor. It belongs to the Egyptian people. As to why you stole it, I do not pretend to understand your twisted American thinking. Perhaps you wanted to keep the dagger for yourself, in your own private collection.
Perhaps I should ask why you're shifting the blame onto me, you insignificant peasant. It would be very clever of you to steal the dagger, then stay about to start rumors about someone else stealing it.
Only an archaeological thief would make such an accusation, Doctor. Now I'm sure that you stole it for yourself.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Did not.
Did too.
Did.
Did not.
Did.
Gentlemen, please.
Who asked you?
Pompous.
Mind your own business, you nosy reporter.
Pee-pee poo-poo.
But
I have more important things to do.
Yeah, like to inflate your ego.
Discussion is far from over, Dr. Carter.
That's what you think, you malodorous buffoon.
Well, I mean, we can easily tell that there aren't that many friends around this group of people. Hey, look, it's Steve.
The stevedore looks a little more refined than you'd expect. He's also rather attractive.
are you having a nice evening, Mr. Dorian?
Well, it's much, much better with you nearby.
Whoa. Real charmer, this man.
That particular gentleman is a little too full of himself for my liking.
Good man.
I suppose he has reason to be, though, being a famous archaeologist and all.
No, he just likes to hear his own voice and inflate his own ego and inflate his own penis, which is really small because he's got a pee-pee poo-poo problem. What I'm saying that Dr. Pee-pee Carter has a micro penis. That's why he needs to inflate his ego so much.
I don't know anyone that important, Miss Bow. Oh, wait. I saw him on the docks. He came in on the Andrea Doria. He had the biggest, heaviest trunk I've ever seen. You know, it smelled kind of funny, too.
I think we might know what's in the trunk.
Oh, he's a decent fellow.
You must die.
Sometimes I wonder if he drinks a little.
Oh, he drinks a lot.
Oh, that dime store hoodlum used to lurk around the docks all the time. I haven't seen him in a long while. Isn't she a charming lady?
Nope.
A little eccentric, but I think that's colorful, don't you?
Nah, she's just creepy. I heard micropenis and that's the only thing I can think of adding. A micropenis? You must die.
Oh, he's an okay Joe, I guess. He sure takes his job seriously. He's a studious gentleman, isn't he? I wish he'd been there to help me when I was taking trigonometry. Why, that's me, Miss Bo. Steve Dorian, student. Remember?
Student?
She's some really rich lady. I saw her on the docks one day. She met Mr. Carrington, as a matter of fact. Oh, he's that hot-tempered Egyptian fellow who was shouting at Dr. Carter that day on the docks. He seems nice enough now. Maybe Dr. Carter just said something to set him off that day. The Leindecker is one of my favorite places in the whole world. I've never seen so many wonderful things in one place before.
What do you make of the theft of the dagger, Mr. Dorian?
It's awful, Miss Bo. Just awful.
Who do you suppose could have done it?
I have no idea who could have perpetrated such a terrible thing. I just hope they get what's coming to them, that's all.
So do I, Mr. Dorian. Has 1926 been a good year for you, Mr. Dorian?
Yes, Miss Bo, it has. I'm enjoying my sophomore year of college very much.
Sophomore
You're
year?
attending college? What's your major?
Art. I hope to be a famous painter someday.
Oh.
That's wonderful, Mr. Dorian.
Oh, it's no big deal. She's a lovely girl, Miss Bo, but she makes me just a little nervous.
Oh, really? You think she's lovely, do you?
Well, sure. A man would have to be blind not to see that, right?
I think she wears a wig. She looks cheap.
Her hair looks real to me.
How come she makes you nervous? You're big enough to take care of yourself.
Well, she's kind of pushy, if you know what I mean.
No, I'm afraid I don't. And I don't think she's your type.
Could we talk about something else?
I suppose so, since this topic seems to make you nervous.
Laura sure got jealous and just pure jealousy quickly. He's not your boyfriend. I got a feeling that you want him to be.
You are interested in the great art, no?
Ooh, look at Steve here.
Then you should come with me this
Handsome
evening.
man.
I'll give you the personal tour of the old master's gallery.
Well,
I guarantee that you will not be wasting your time. You will enjoy it very much.
Well,
You are studying the art at the université, no?
Well, yes, but...
Then it is settled. I will give you the private tour in a little while, no?
But
There is no need to thank me yet. I will be enjoying it as much as you will.
Just say no, man. You can say no. It is in the vocabulary of the English language. I feel like Steve is as innocent as Laura is. Maybe that's why they're so good for each other.
This is the eastern portion of the Leindecker Museum Rotunda. It's an alcove occupied by a giant urn. The giant urn is occupied by the cremated remains of Ignaz Leindecker, who financed the construction of the museum. This is the eastern... It's the doorway to the gift shop. It's the doorway...
Let's go to the gift shop.
These appear to be copies of ancient Egyptian artifacts. They seem to be nicely crafted. These are replicas of early 12th century Celtic insect trapping pottery.
Insect trapping?
These vessels appear to be replicas of 7th century Welsh condiment pots made for export to Ireland. It's a painting of the pharaoh Uber Spamaton hunting geese in the springtime with his hounds and his son, Niet.
Uber Spamaton, ja niet.
What a beautiful painting of the Mask of Tutankhamun. You wish you had the money to buy it.
I am the scourge of the internet. I am the Uber Spamaton. No, my emails are filled with spam email. Ha ha ha! Uber Spamaton strikes again. It's a silly name. So. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? In the next Undertale game, Uber Spamaton.
It looks just like the Dagger of Amon Ra. Isn't it beautiful?
I don't know, I can't see it that well. Made in Pittsburgh.
The dagger shows Pittsburgh's high degree of craftsmanship. The dagger shows... It looks just like the Dagger of Amon Ra.
Are you sure? Because I don't think we've ever seen it before.
The dagger shows a high degree of craftsmanship.
Yeah, but this one doesn't say made in Pittsburgh.
It looks just like the Dagger of Amon Ra. Isn't it beautiful? You can't touch the daggers on display in the locked case.
There's your answer, Bennigan. 7:30. He even walks like a freaking...
Fräulein, this gift shop is closed. You should not be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. The door was unlocked.
Unlocked? My assistant will be disciplined harshly for this mistake. Please rejoin the party now. I will be forced to injure you.
Rude. Nice boots, by the way, Steve. You could afford a suit, but not shoes.
Miss Bo?
Mr. Dorian.
Mr. Dorian?
That's right. We met at the docks.
You just talked to her like 5 minutes
They
ago.
aren't exactly formal.
They're not shoes, they're boots.
Oh, well, I can explain that, but not right now.
I see. Well, what brings you here?
You.
Oh, me?
You told me you'd be here tonight, and, well, I thought we should talk.
Oh, about what?
Could we step outside for a minute? The moonlight is very nice tonight.
Well, all right. I think I'd enjoy that.
Steve is gonna crush on Laura. That's what the conversation is.
I just wanted to explain to you who I really am.
You're not Steve Dorian?
Well, yes, I am Steve Dorian, but I felt like I didn't give you the most accurate impression of myself when I met you earlier today. But, gee willikers, I'm just not used to meeting attractive young ladies on the docks.
I wasn't down there looking for a man. I'm a professional journalist working on a story.
Oh, well, yes, of course you are. I didn't mean to imply anything. In fact, I was very impressed with your professionalism and with your smile. I just didn't want you to think I'm a common stevedore.
Well, I'll admit I was wondering what a stevedore was doing at this ritzy museum fundraiser.
My stevedore job pays the bills, but I'm aiming for a career as an artist. However, I'm really here because I'd hate myself for the rest of my life if I didn't try to see you again. Maybe I'm a fool, maybe you think we're too different, but I had to try.
Well, I'm very flattered.
Anybody got rose petals to throw here, or doves to fly around?
Not very good with women. I've spent all my time working ever since I was 10 years old, when my father died. I've never had a chance to date very much. Lately, I've spent my free time going to school.
I'm starting to think we're more alike than I first thought.
Nope.
My mother died when I was
He's
very
just a
young,
guy working at
so
the
I was
docks
raised by my father.
to become an artist.
What kind of an artist are
Hey, TK.
you?
I'm a painter, and I do a little sculpting.
How interesting. But I think that an artist would know enough not to wear work boots with his tuxedo at a formal party.
Oh, I said I'd explain that, didn't I? I was hoping nobody would notice. I had to blow 2 weeks' pay to rent this tux, but I didn't have enough left over to rent the fancy shoes. It's just that I had to see you again.
You spent all your money just to see me? My goodness, I don't know what to say.
Say you'll have dinner with me some evening. I may seem a little odd, but I promise that I'm harmless. I'd be honored to spend an evening with you and show you the sights around town.
Well, I don't usually, but you've gone to a lot of trouble to find me. I think I can trust you.
Really? You'll do it? Oh, thank you. You won't regret it. I'll make it a memorable evening. I'll paint for you. I'll dance for you. I'll sing for you. Anything you want.
Damn, keep it in your pants, dude.
There's no need to get carried away.
Uh-huh.
Let's see how dinner goes first.
Of course. You're absolutely right. I don't seem too anxious, do I?
Maybe just a bit, but that's okay.
Okay. I'll take a deep breath and calm down. I'll be fine. I'll do whatever you want.
I think this is the beginning of something important, Steve. I like you already. Let's go back to the party, Steve. I've got work to do.
Apparently that kiss was so strong that they don't know how to walk anymore. Like, that animation was so broken. Steve, you okay? I mean, are the boots filled with nails or something, or do you really need to take a shit? Yeah, that's what it looked like in freaking Torgo. They had the Torgo shakes. All right, let's go deeper into the museum. Whenever Laura decides to go in there.
This is a mastodon, one of the early mammals. Technically, the mastodon is not a dinosaur at all, but since they date back to prehistory, they're included in the exhibit. This particular example of the order Proboscidea is the Mammoth americanus, or North American mastodon. The chief feature which distinguishes this shaggy beast from the elephant and the woolly mammoth are its molar teeth.
Welcome to the museum. We're going to be looking at exhibits.
Ah, a very nice specimen of Eohippus, somewhat flatter than it appeared in real life. This is an Archaeopteryx. Correction, this used to be an Archaeopteryx. The museum staff have labeled this a Struthiomimus, literally ostrich mimic. This is an Eriops skull. Such a large capacity mandible and teensy capacity cranium.
That's pretty much it, 90% of the dinosaurs. How many skull whales did the ancient peppers have?
Suspended overhead by thin wires, the pterodactyl frozen in mid-swoop presents a most horrific tableau.
Yeah, it's very horrific looking.
It's a painting of a Spinosaur. The painting is accurate and workmanly, with little regard for nuance or emotion.
Well, you should say that it's accurate to its time. When they didn't know enough about the dinosaurs, 100 years later, even this Spinosaur would look different.
The male and female Triceratops look every inch the proud parents. A fairly accurate model of Struthiomimus, or ostrich mimic.
So they got the bones and the model of it.
A fine painting of a mighty Brontosaurus, the thunder lizard. This huge creature with its tiny brain is currently the subject of a controversy. Dr. Earl Douglas from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History believes that current Brontosaurus displays have the wrong heads mounted on their skeletons. However, Dr. Othniel Marsh, who originally discovered the Brontosaurus, believes that the heads on current displays are correct. Only time and more fossil evidence will conclusively prove which of these esteemed gentlemen is correct. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His name is Rex. Isn't that clever?
No. No, it is not. Thank you for asking.
The sign says, "Push button to hear Rex speak."
Welcome to the Linedecker Museum Dinosaur Display. My name is Rex, and I'd like to tell you about myself. I'm a type of dinosaur known as Tyrannosaurus Rex, which means King of the Tyrant Lizards. Although I was not the largest type of dinosaur, I was the largest predator ever to walk the earth. Some of my friends were 40 feet long and weighed 8 tons, with teeth that were 6 inches long. Your modern elephants don't weigh more than 6 tons. I lived between 250 and 65 million years ago, during a period known as the Age of Dinosaurs, also called the Mesozoic era. The first complete skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex was found just 24 years ago in Montana in 1902. Although there were many meat-eating dinosaurs, I was considered the best killing machine who ever lived. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you like to volunteer to be my next meal?
I'm so glad that the quality of the voice changed every now and then to a different type of an echo and reverb. Like I said before, they didn't know anything about sound
A small sign identifies this dinosaur as an iguanodon, which means iguana tooth. However,
Just one
from
tooth?
the Tyrannosaurus rex's point of view, this dinosaur could be identified as dinner.
Nah, more like lunch.
A sign on this dinosaur bone display says, "Please touch." Either these bones feel lonely, or the museum wants you to learn more about the bones by coming into close personal contact with them. The thigh bone from a young Tyrannosaurus rex who no longer has any need for it.
Yoink!
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Ours now, bitch! Almost here. Ah!
A rare 17th century English tapestry which tells the story of Teutonic warrior cockroaches that crossed into England from Germany and besieged the castle of Rochford-on-Essex. Although the cockroaches managed to storm the castle walls after a 90-day siege, the knights of the castle managed to squash the invaders when they reached the castle's inner keep.
Cockroaches.
Since that great battle, the castle of Rochford-on-Essex has been free of cockroaches. Unfortunately, it has also been free of humans. 1 year after the great battle, everyone in the castle died of the plague. Shortly afterward, the castle fell into disrepair and sank into the swamp.
That's all in the tapestry? And also, what kind of Monty Python sketch was that?
A house pet, tastefully prepared for battle in 16th century armor. The helmet on this Italian suit of armor, circa 1460, is interesting because it's a barboot which lacked protection for the lower part of the face. The barboot is sometimes called the barboot sallet because, like the 15th century sallet, it doesn't enclose the whole head, offering most of its protection to the top. Unlike the barboot, however, the sallet is often characterized by a reinforced forehead plate and an elongated pivoted nape defense. It is, however, difficult to differentiate between the barboot, the sallet, and the bassinet. The shallow barboot resembles the sallet, while the deep barboot resembles the bassinet. Then again, who really cares?
Also, you had to read all that, really? Like, in the end, who really cares? Yeah, like, stop it. As far as I know, it's not a reference to anything, it's just a silly story.
A painting of The Black Prince as a Fierce Baby by Ed Botticelli circa 1560. The cheap wood frame is by the Leyendecker Museum circa 1925. An empty chest from the 15th century. Although the carvings on the exterior are crude, cut into the wood by someone with little talent or ability for wood carving, the chest now resides in a museum, simply because it's old. Kind of makes you stop and think, doesn't it?
Nope. I wasn't even listening.
A heraldic flag of the late 12th century decorated with fleur-de-lis. Flags existed well before the development of heraldry, but by the time that heraldry was becoming systematized, some flags were so large that they were mounted on wagons in order to be displayed and transported.
Funny joke. He, it makes me laugh.
The suit of armor is empty.
I hope that all of them are empty.
A fine example of Maximilian armor, made in Germany in 1505. The steel has a characteristic silvery color. Maximilian armor was first used in Milan, which set the fashion for all Europe in matters of dress and armour. An Italian suit of armour circa 1470. The plates are skillfully modelled. The helmet is of a type known as a salade, introduced in Italy and Germany. The salade helmet was elongated and pointed in the rear, normally worn with a neck and face defence called a mentonnier. The mentonnier's lower section was fastened to the breastplate and protected the neck, while the hinged upper part cupped high enough to protect the chin, nose, and cheekbones.
Kinda looks like an Imperial soldier's helmet. At least those that work at the Death Star. You know, the switches and everything for the super laser.
The armour of Gallio de Genrillac, 1465 to 1546, distinguished member of one of the great feudal
Why am I
families
reading
of
all
France,
this?
who served as a warrior under Charles VIII and was master of artillery for Louis XII and Francis I. The structural features of the Genrillac armour, dated 1527, indicate that it was made by an armourer who knew every trick of the art. The helmet and colleton offered complete protection for the head, and every surface is curved to deflect arrow, lance, and sword. The helmet also has vision slits, ample for sight, yet narrow enough to prevent a weapon from entering. The helmet is reinforced with a forehead plate and a rondelle in the nape of the neck, a weak spot in the human anatomy.
Welcome to the Dagger of Amon Ra. We're learning history of armoire. I wonder how much of this is actually accurate. I already clicked the dog.
A house pet, tastefully prepared for battle in 16th century armour.
There. Now you heard it, Gabriel. It's for the combat section where you have to design your own armor to fit Lorabo. Oh, right. Wrong game. Also, I'm glad that none of these are holding an axe that we need to oil the arm, so we can cut ourselves in half.
The armour of Alessandro Farnese, Duke of Parma, circa 1570. It was made by Lucio Piccinino, master armourer of the Renaissance. Elaborately decorated, this fine suit was presented to Archduke Ferdinand of the Tyrol in 1579, who kept it at Castelambras. Maximilian armour, Germany, circa 1514. Made for a man about 6 feet 4 inches tall, with a chest measurement of 54 inches. Knights came in all sizes, and some suits of armour were for knights 7 feet tall. The armour of Anne de Montmorency, Constable of France, worn at the Battle of San Quentin on August 10, 1577. Thin and comparatively light, 50 pounds.
Don't want to hear. Don't want to hear all of it. I know there's a reference to something in this room.
A close look at the armour reveals a heraldic device of a fierce beaver rampant on a chevron above the motto, Forward. A small label indicates that this Scottish dog armour belonged to Lord Balfour, 1st Earl of Fife.
That's a reference to Bruce Balfour, who was a game designer in the era.
Up close, the suit of armour looks scratched. Nice warp and woof in the fabric.
Woof.
A heraldic flag of the late 12th century decorated with fleur-de-lis. Flags existed well before the development of heraldry, but by the time that heraldry was becoming systematized, some flags were so large that they were mounted on wagons in order to be displayed and transported.
A lot of history lessons around here.
The first banner of the Earl of Scarborough Fair, the upper portion of which is decorated with sprigs of parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Their family motto was Muris Annius Conscientia Fana, which translates to, "A found conscience is a wall of brass." Don't ask what it means.
I mean, I'm sure that it was for the Earls of Garfunkel and Simon. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme.
The banner of the Viscount Maynard. While some mottos were battle cries or expressions of loyalty, others referred to a badge device or crest associated with the bearer's family. The motto on this flag is Manus Justa Nardus, which means, "The just hand is like a precious ointment." This is a reference to the hand appearing on their coat of arms.
Whole room is dedicated to Earl Face de Palm.
This is the medieval armor exhibit in a representation of an English castle's great hall.
Aye.
This unique banner, which belonged to the Earl of Cholmondeley, bears the motto Virtus tutissima capis, which means "Virtue is the surest helmet." Unfortunately, the Earl didn't live very long after he came up with this motto. He lost his mind when a common foot soldier kicked him in the head after he fell off his horse. He was wearing full plate armor, except for his helmet. His friends had warned him about not wearing a helmet, but the Earl was known to be quite headstrong. Addled by the blow to his head, the Earl walked straight into the River Thames. Since plate armor doesn't float very well, the Earl of Cholmondeley immediately sank to the bottom of the river and was never seen again. In fact, he's probably still there.
Let's go find him. And bring his rusty armor to the museum. Nope, not even looking at these. Going forward. They play the same music in Quest for Glory too. This is Aziza's music. I'm sure of it. At least it's very, very similar.
The mummified corpse of Amenophis III, also known as Amenhotep III or Memnon by the Greeks. He built large temples to Amon Ra, both at Karnak and at Luxor. In the 5th year of his reign, Amenophis marched into Nubia to quell a mighty rebellion. He also ruled over the Mesopotamians, since his kingdom was quite large. We also know that Amenophis was a mighty hunter who slew 102 lions during the first 10 years of his reign in his spare time. Now he's dead.
Killed 10 lions per year in his spare time. Busy guy.
The placard says, "This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth found in the Temple of Amon Ra." This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun. A sepulchral stele found in a tomb of the 6th dynasty. It tells the story of Una, born during the reign of King Tita, who served under Tita's successor Pepi. Una died during the reign of King Murena, full of days and honor. A sturdy window that looks out on the city of New York.
New York. Yeah, New York.
This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth, found in the Temple of Amon Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun.
Interesting that the stele is here and the plaque here is telling about this stele. Kind of wrong placement there.
This pyramid is a model of the Great Pyramid of Cheops, Khufu, as it appears today. Originally, the
Enjoy
entire
your
surface
soppy
of
munch.
the pyramid was covered with smooth, polished limestone. This covering has worn away over time to reveal the stepped surface we see now. The base of the Great Pyramid covers 13 acres and was built with over 2 million stones to a height of 480 feet. Construction took 30 to 50 years. It looks remarkably like a glass case in the shape of a pyramid. A small card informs you that this case contained the famous Dagger of Amon Ra, which is now missing. It looks remarkable. Although there are a few scratches on the glass case, there are no signs of forced entry into the display. There aren't even any fingerprints.
Oops.
Oops. Congratulations. You've cracked the case of the Dagger of Amon Ra.
Shoot me. That wasn't worth the pun.
This placard describes the full translated text on the Rosetta Stone, which still resides in the British Museum. In summary, the text records the decree made at Canopus by the priesthood in honor of the pharaoh Ptolemy III, Euergetes I, who reigned from 247 to 222 BC. The decree discusses the great benefits which the pharaoh had conferred on Egypt and states what festivals are to be celebrated in his honor, concluding with orders that a copy of the decree in hieroglyphics, Demotic and Greek shall be placed in every large temple in Egypt. The card identifies the slab of black basalt as the Rosetta Stone. Hieroglyphs and letters from the English alphabet are clearly engraved on the stone. The Rosetta Stone was found by a French artillery officer among the ruins of Fort Saint-Julien near the Rosetta mouth of the Nile River in 1799. It came into the possession of the British government after the capitulation of Alexandria. The Rosetta Stone, currently on loan to the Leyendecker Museum, is the key to modern translations of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs into English text. You notice that half of the Rosetta Stone seems to be missing from the display, replaced by a small card that reads, Artifact 310 removed from display for research on 9/1/26 by O.M.
O.M. Well, that's Olympia. Be close. A, B, C, D, E, F, M, L, K, J, I, H, J. There they are. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M.
A mummy coffin built during the 19th dynasty. Inside and outside, both coffin and cover are decorated with large figures of gods, vignettes, and inscriptions from the Book of the Dead, as well as emblems and decorations painted in bright colors. An outer mummy coffin, whose cartouches identify the occupant as Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, daughter of Thothmes I. The inner coffin is located to the right of this one. Ironically, there's a gold Ankh medallion, the ancient Egyptian symbol of life,
Ankh medallion?
resting in the pool of blood.
Blood? Blood!
A close look reveals the initials PS inscribed in the back of the bloody Ankh.
PS. I mean, that's Tut Smith.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. Looks aren't everything. Apparently the shoe's owner stepped in some of the blood. It apparently belongs to a dainty foot.
I mean, that's a high heel, alright. There's only one woman who would wear a high heel like that. Definitely Yvette. But then again, it could be Miklos.
An inner mummy coffin which was contained in the exterior mummy coffin to the left. Identified from the cartouches on both coffins, the occupant was probably Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, daughter of Thothmes I. Hatshepsut built the magnificent tomb temple at Deir el-Bahri and ruled for 20 years with her lover Senmut. At her death, Hatshepsut's successor tried to erase all memory of her by destroying her statues and obliterating her name from her various monuments. An inner mummy You're in the ancient... There's a pool of blood on the floor.
Somebody caught him by surprise.
Dr. Carter's flesh is looking rather pale.
He got what he deserved.
He's not feeling well. Perhaps it's because he's lost a lot of blood.
Blood!
A red fluid appears to be leaking out of Dr. Carter's chest wound.
Raspberry jam.
Dr. Carter seems to have suffered a severe trauma to his chest area. Although there are a couple of breadcrumbs caught in his mustache, they don't seem to be significant as evidence, particularly since you saw him eating bread at the party. A close look at the dagger reveals the words, "Made in Pittsburgh," stamped on the part of the blade that is not buried in Pippin Carter's chest. To your naked eye, the rough surface of the dagger handle doesn't appear to hold any fingerprints, but that's something for the coroner to examine in detail. The jacket is free of blood, but there is a bluish stain on one lapel. A close look and sniff at the stain makes you think that it's grape juice. The bulge on one side is ruining the carefully tailored lines of the tuxedo.
A bulge, you say?
When you reach into Pippin's tuxedo jacket, you find a notepad in his inner pocket. A notepad made of good quality paper. There's an imprint on the paper from the previous message written on the pad, but it's too faint to read. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Unreadable words are imprinted on the paper. You see the initials P.
Curiouser and curiouser. $8.15.
You scream like a banshee, lass. Did you kill the man then?
No, I just walked in here and found him.
I suppose that would explain your screaming then. Did you see the murderer?
No.
All right, I'll talk to you later after you've had a chance to calm down. Just don't try to leave the building.
3. On the cutting edge.
Excellent work. Your father would be proud of you.
Ha!
Having already interrogated the guests, Detective O'Reilly is now discussing the murder with the staff members as they leave the party. It would be best if you don't interfere.
Questions the guest, and it's only 3. Carrington, the Countess, and Yvette. And it's 10 p.m. Hey, I forgot about the janitor.
Hi, Miss Bow. I'm Ernie Leach. Dr. Carrington told me you could stay a while and talk to the staff. I've got to lock the doors, so just come and find me when you're ready to leave. Dr. C also has a key, but you don't want to bother him about that.
Thank you, Mr. Leach.
Just be careful where you go. Wolf will get upset if he finds you downstairs. See you later.
Did you manage to learn anything from your interviews, Detective O'Reilly?
Don't bother your little head about it, lass.
It's my job, sir.
This is an official murder investigation, Miss Bow. Do not be interfering.
Oh, I don't mean to interfere. I just want to know what's going on. Any leads so far?
Dr. Carter died as the result of someone sticking a gift shop dagger in his chest. What more do you need to know?
Well, for one thing, who did it?
Someone who didn't like him. That's my guess.
I don't think a lot of people...
Deduction.
Yeah, brilliant
If you
deduction.
think that you can do better.
Oh, we can.
I can try.
Oh, wunderbar. Now we've got the amateurs involved.
I may not be a detective, but I'm terribly clever. I've solved murders before.
Plural as well, yeah.
Just stay out of me way, lass, and don't destroy the evidence.
Certainly not.
Yeah.
I mean, what we've been doing is gathering evidence. You most likely has me just standing around drinking and not doing anything productive for a detective. Bert.
Someone got tired of the man's big ego would be my guess.
Any idea who might have killed him?
Anyone who ever met him. Did you talk to the man?
Mm-hmm.
He was so full of himself, there wasn't space for anyone else to be in the room with him.
Uh-huh.
How do you think he died?
You discovered the body, you silly girl. He died because someone stuck a dagger in his chest, which tends to do that to a man.
What happened to his body after you examined it?
The coroner was at the party. Maybe you met him. When he left, he took Dr. Carter's body with him, ego and all.
All right. And it looked like it was Carrington and the Countess who went into this room. Nobody here.
One of the many paintings in Michelangelo's Battle of the Nudes series.
Can we take a closer look at it?
You closely inspect the nudes in Michelangelo's paintings, admiring his studies of the human form. These paintings were completed while he was still learning his trade as the apprentice to a great artist you've probably never heard of.
Try me.
One of the many paintings in One of the many Art is work by Fra
Ah.
Roberto Glisoni, painted in 1492, commissioned by Queen Isabella to keep him busy finding a new way to paint instead of discovering the New World, so that Christopher Columbus could do it instead.
Yeah, Fra Babetto Glisoni is a reference to Bob Gleason, an art designer for the game.
Two Brothers Drinking in a Tavern by Rick Morgan, Dutch master, 1444.
And Rick Morgan is a reference to Maurice Morgan, a background artist for the game.
Trouble on Two Legs by Dennis Lewis, date unknown. Painting discovered in an attic near Bordeaux, France, hidden behind a case of chocolate.
And Dennis Lewis was a background artist, animator, and a voice actor for the game, so he voices one of the characters.
Cart Before the Horse by Susetto Live in Godoni, 1481.
Cart Before the Horse. Oh, there goes character and Countess. Hello. Yeah, Susetto Livengudoni is a background artist, Susie Livengood.
Trouble on Two. Portrait of a Young Man by Marcello Fleming, Italian master, 1550. Musings on Cyberspace by John Wentworth, the Flemish master, painted in 1533.
Yeah, John Wentworth is one of the programmers of the game.
It's one of seeming billions of ballerina sculptures that were made by Dagger, who was something of a ballerina fancier.
Yes, he was.
A fine example of neo-quasi-Italian Renaissance sculpture by Alberto Ravioli. Sculpted in 1525, the humanoid statue is called, appropriately enough, Ruminations on Death and Dismemberment.
Beautiful.
When you touch the painting, you smear a bit of the paint as if it's still damp.
Still damp? Were these painted like 2 hours ago? How is it still damp? I guess it's like somebody just painted these. Probably.
When you touch the painting, you smear a bit of the paint as if it's still damp.
They're all fake. Fake paintings. Ah, the stinker.
You feel a blush creeping over your face as you look at the perfect body of Rodin's famous thinker. What a handsome fellow. Let's see what the plaque says. Caesar Augustus, BC 63 to AD 14. Octavian, great-nephew and adopted son of Julius Caesar, he assumed the name Augustus after his sound defeat of Mark Antony left him supreme master of the Roman world. He was the first of the true Roman emperors, not counting Julius, who didn't live long enough to enjoy the title, and established the Pax Romana throughout the empire. His wife murdered him with a poisoned fig. He was a pretty nice fellow for an emperor, and everybody missed him.
Yeah, he definitely skipped arm day.
This is the door to Yvette Delacroix's office.
Now we need to eavesdrop with the glass. Carrington?
Thank you for coming to see me, Olympia. This is very nice of you.
You're very welcome, my dear. What can I do for you?
Oh, you see, I found this strange bone, and I said to myself, Yvette, if anyone can tell you what this is, it would be Olympia.
A bone, you say? How fascinating. Where did you find it?
I found it right here in the museum. Here it is, Doctor.
Now, let me see. Ha ha! Yvette, you silly girl. This is a chicken bone.
It is?
Yes, of course. Why, it is still greasy. You got this at dinner, didn't you?
Oh, you have caught me, Olympia. I was playing the little joke on you.
You are a funny girl, Yvette, but I am quite fond of you.
Olympia, we are the good friends, no? I have the problem I wish to talk to you about.
Oh, certainly. What is it?
Come closer so I can whisper it to you. It is very personal, and I want no one to overhear.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Oh man, oh god, oh man. Hey, Oompa Loompa.
Oh man. Oh god, oh man. Oh god, oh man. Oh god, oh man. Oh god, oh man. Oh god.
Some of the worst acting ever. And that's what the director wanted it to be. Everybody else told him that that's so dumb of a scene, but the director said keep it. It adds character. Goes to show that sometimes directors don't know what they're doing.
The giant lizards are displaying some rather uncivilized behavior.
No, it's called eating. That's what's happening. And the bigger guy, the brown guy, is eating up the green guy. The green guy dead, yo. It's called vor. Yes.
The cloth seems to be covering something up.
You think? Aha!
It's half of the famed Rosetta Stone.
Now we get the rest of the alphabet. All the way up to Z. Oh. Well, I'm not gonna do the thing that I did last time, as in deciphering this myself. So here is what it says. Thank goodness the guy on the walkthrough has written this. So this is pretty much the answers to Ramesses Najir's riddle. What is a room that you can't enter without leaving, and what room can you leave without entering? I pay homage to thee, ye lords of eternity. Ra strong is thy sail in the wind as the lake of fire in the underworld. Behold Shu, the mother, creating the gods in silence from her womb. Quicker than greyhounds and fleeter than light, let me not be burned, let me not be consumed, let me not perish as my mummy lies prostrate in my tomb. So the room that you can leave but then never enter is the womb, and the one that you can enter but never leave is tomb. Somehow I got reminded of a Sherlock Hound episode that had Rosetta Stone, and it was a pretty messed up episode. Oh yeah, Sherlock Hound. I had forgotten about that cartoon. I don't think I'd watched it that much. But I know the glorious Finnish YouTube poops about it.
It's an intercom slave unit. There's an array of rare cockroaches in the display case. Assorted skeletal limbs hang gracefully from the ceiling. It's a rat, ready to pounce. Well, he would pounce if he wasn't stuffed. Cy Pembert, a formerly successful flax farmer from Nebraska, apparently strayed from a museum tour many years ago. His remains were later found in a rarely used storage closet. Since he left no known survivors, the museum president decided to keep him on as a permanent staff member. This office is now his permanent home.
Okay. So a guy wandered around in the museum, got locked in a closet, died, and they decided, hey, let's keep his skeleton.
The skull of the long-extinct horned rhesus, known in academic circles to be the source of much controversy regarding it as evidence for the extraterrestrial origin of primate evolution.
Oh.
It's Barney, Olympia's pet cobra.
Those are some huge fangs for a snake. Even a cobra. Soapy munch, not spoy. Soapy. Spoy munch. Soy munch, spoy munch, soapy munch, soppy munch, smuch, munch.
The bottle says, Dr. Moribund's guaranteed snake oil.
What did you say? You didn't say mammoths. You didn't say mammoths.
The bottle says, Dr. Moribund's guaranteed
Moribunds. Apparently, she was giving a different text. A boy, said a snake. A boy, said a cobra. Oh, hello, micros.
Good evening, Miss Bo.
Oh, you startled me.
Good. It gets the blood flowing, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
I see we're looking at my snake oil.
Well, I was just looking around.
I'm sure you meant no harm.
What's the snake oil for, anyway?
It repels snakes, of course. Comes in handy when I'm working in the basement. I have a load of Egyptian cobras.
Working in the basement.
And I occasionally come across one of those little darlings. Those snakes always want to bite me, but I'm sure they don't mean anything by it. It's just their way. They get nervous very easily, you know. Normally, I love to watch them kill things. My Barney will kill anything he can sink his teeth into.
Charming.
Well, I'd like to chat some more, but I've got to rush off and meet that
I think so, Gabriel.
Steve fellow. He promised to show me.
Don't know
his
why they
stars.
changed it here.
See you later.
You're gonna go meet Steve? Huh. She broke the statue.
The sculpture has a beautiful face. Its strong but sensitive lines remind you of Steve.
Keep it in your panties there, lady. Actually, she is keeping them in her panties.
It's the door to President Carrington's office. A used piece of carbon paper. A used... You pick it up and place it in your purse. Watercolor painting, Predators Stalking Prey by Yvette Delacroix, 1925.
She painted it last year.
Looks. A scuffed wooden floor. Looks. A ceiling lamp. A matched pair of crossed battle axes left over from this room's previous occupant. There's a homey old Norwegian phrase stitched into this needlepoint. An axe in the hand is worth two in the bush. Words to live by. It's a Venus flytrap.
Does it look like it?
One of those new portable typewriters. At a mere £50, you can take it anywhere.
£50.
Well, you could if it was useful to you, which it isn't, so forget it. It's a diploma with Yvette Delacroix's name on it. An advanced degree in French from Ball State University, to be exact.
She's a street walker and a harlot and also fake. That's not a real French accent that she's got. She's just playing it.
The light bulb is on. You find it very illuminating. Backlit, you can read the words typed into the carbon paper. Ernie, Big Al called to see if you could do some fencing for him next week.
Fencing?
He says he'll make it worth your while to do a fast fencing job.
Ernie's a fencer? And they don't mean fencing as with swordplay, they mean fencing as illegal items.
Please, I can't deal with both of these things at once.
Funny joke!
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office. Come a little closer, Monsieur Najir.
Najir?
I'm wanting to show you something.
And what would that be, Miss Delacroix?
Look at the palm of my hand.
It is a lovely palm, to be sure. But what am I supposed to see?
You see this line, monsieur? It is my love line.
My goodness, Miss Delacroix. It goes all the way up your arm and disappears up your sleeve.
Would you like to see where it ends up, Ramses? Have you ever been to Paris, Ramses?
No, I can't say I ever have.
Then you have never seen the Eiffel Tower?
No.
Well, by all means, let me show you.
Miss Delacroix, please. I'm a married man. Oh, dear.
Have you forgotten who let you into the museum, Ramses? Have you forgotten who showed you the secret room for your little ceremonies?
Secret room ceremonies?
No, I haven't, but...
Then you will let me give you the grand tour of the tower, no?
We'll have to go somewhere else. I don't feel safe here.
Lead the way, monsieur.
Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Get down tonight.
Carrington's desk.
Hey, look! It's my chair! How is it that I'm looking up into the sky? It tells that it's the desk.
The night sky is seen from New York City in 1926. It's the rug. The night sky. Carrington's desk. Looks. Can be. The night sky.
In the floppy disk, if you look at the star, it gives you a little bit of an Easter egg. And the Easter egg is that it says, if you click on the proper star, it says a careful search brings you to the constellation known as Cetus and the star known as Deneb Kaitos Ecoquestus. As in a reference to EcoQuest. But since they removed it in the CD version, it just says it's the desk and the rug?
The night sky is seen from New York City in 1926.
Because it's 1926 in the game. Goblin. That's what they mean. The current year in the game is 1926.
Carrington, the president's chair. The mask of El Whoopintot, the god who scares Hottentot children. Hottentot elders told stories of how El Whoopintot would jump down from the roofs of Hottentot mud huts to steal the noses off children who didn't behave properly. Anthropologists attribute the El Whoopintot stories to tribal myth, but the ancient records reveal that many Hottentots lived their adult lives without noses. There's a moral here somewhere. The tribal death mask of the Hottentots. The war mask of the Poppentot tribe. The Poppentots would strike fear into the hearts of their enemies, the Hottentots, by wearing these masks into battle and screaming their battle cry, "Pop goes the weasel!" which translates roughly as, "Go back to your own side of the river, you Hottentot wimps." The Hottentots hated the Poppentots primarily because the Poppentots kept stealing all the Hottentot women. Actually, the Hottentot women kept defecting to the Poppentot tribe because they had better food, better villages, and men who bathed regularly. You might say that the Poppentots were the first yuppies.
Do you guys think that they're stretching this joke a little bit too far? I got a feeling that they're stretching this way too far. I mean, it was funny the first time, but continuous story that nobody cares about.
The Mask of El Whoopintot, the Hottentot god of war. Hottentot warriors would invoke their god of war with the battle cry, "Boop boop-a-doop." This battle cry reputedly struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, who were usually the Poppentots who lived across the river.
I had a feeling that somebody will summon the Grand Le Bubble Snoot. Come on, people, there's Poo-Poo Snoot. With a snoot to be pooped. Yay! The more the merrier. You okay? I think the alert is scared. Bulbasaur. Or startled. You okay? Good. Bulbasnow's fine.
Charcoal. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Gunther, what do you think about all the historical information in the game? He says very inaccurate. Are you sure? Sorry that I questioned.
Rubbing the charcoal over the notepad has made the imprint readable. Yvette, 8 o'clock, Egyptian rum. Tut,
Rum.
10:15 Egyptian rum.
Rum.
Harrington, 11 o'clock, his office.
I mean, it was 8 o'clock when we found his corpse, and there was a footprint on the blood, so it was Yvette then. And we kind of now solved the case. Rum. So Yvette is the killer of Pippin Carter. But we still don't know who's the culprit of stealing the Dagger of Amon Ra. Phone.
Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display.
Interesting.
It's President Carrington's stuffed porcupine, Spiny Norman. Using your remarkable powers of deduction,
And there was
you
much
conclude that
rejoicing.
This little book contains phone numbers.
No need to be so sassy there, narrator. Dinsdale.
Phone numbers: T. Dargan, WP 5125.
So you really need to read them all out loud.
Williams, BL 4468.
That's Robert Williams.
I did it.
Oh, you did it?
0244. Be safe. KL 0527.
Be safe.
U Hoser. LI
You hoser.
2077. And yet
Niet.
KL 4004.
And Eddie Leach.
E Leach. BR 1833.
You hoser. Dinsdale. 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 Aha! A safe.
It feels safe. It's the personal diary of former museum president Sterling Waldorf Carlton.
Dinsdale. It's a Monty Python sketch. It's the porcupine that appears from here and there, going, Dinsdale. 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 Hey there, finishing game fan. Yeah, Dinsdale. Yeah.
Not wanting to remove evidence from the crime scene, particularly when you must have broken some sort of law by opening the president's personal wall safe, you decide not to remove the diary. feels like. Glancing through the diary and the male handwriting within, it refers to Sterling's growing fear that the Countess only married him for his money, and that she could be planning to kill him. The final entry reads, Yvette fears her too.
The thought blickens.
It's the latest thing in office telecommunications technology, an intercom master unit. The 6-button intercom allows the president to talk and listen to people in other offices. The 6-button... You touch the intercom unit, completely missing the... The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Oh, I so love your scars, Wolfie. Show them to me again, darling.
They are yours to admire, my strudel.
Strudel?
Hoopa! Very, very nice.
Didn't even get that or correct. Hoopa!
Ah, such a large bone, too. Where did you find it?
Hoppa.
I've been carrying this bone around for years. It is yours now, my Fräulein. You may do with it what you will.
I'm impressed by your generosity, Wolfie.
The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Oh, my lover, how do you manage to do it so many times?
Sure, and a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
And you do it so well.
Try and keep your voice down, lass. Someone might hear us.
Oh, I do not care, my amour. Life, she is something we only enjoy once.
Sure, and begorra, I do this at least 50 times a day to stay in shape.
Huh?
50 times, ooh la la. And what do you call this movement?
Sit-ups, lass. I also do 50 push-ups each day. Then I run a few miles.
Funny haha. Mä tallennan hyvin usein. Suunnilleen tehnyt jotain, niin sit tallentaa ja ehkä 10 minuutin välein ainakin yrittää.
The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
I'm telling you, pal, you're not supposed to be down here.
Nothing poisonal, Mac, but Archie said I could scope the place out.
Well, he didn't say anything to me about it. Neither did Mr. Heimlich. And he's the chief of security.
It's okay, Mac. Don't get your britches in an uproar. Trust me.
I'd only trust you about as far as I can throw you.
Hey now, there ain't no need for fiscal violence, Mac.
I'll give you 10 seconds. If you aren't out of my sight by then, I'm gonna hurt you real bad.
You're touchy, ain't ya? But I was done down here anyways. See you around, Mac.
Not if I can help it.
When you press the button, all you hear is static. You touch the When you press the button, you touch the Well-timed silence. Questions are
If the person who stole the Dagger of Amon Ra can hear this, and your guilty conscience is bothering you, please leave the dagger on President Carrington's desk. There will be no questions asked. If the person who stole the Dagger of...
It is better...
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does this thing work? If the person who...
You touch the...
Hello? This is Laura Bow. Hello?
I think we've had enough with that. Now let's see this lamp. Should have cooled off by now.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Great sound effect for the unscrewing.
Looking a little closer, you detect a seam along the sculpture's otherwise flawless neck.
Hello, Carrington.
Oh dear, the light bulb blew out. You hope someone will invent a reliable light bulb one of these days.
Oh, you got one.
Ouch! While this is an interesting...
There we go. A whole new light bulb. $10.50. That's the guard's walking animation? That wasn't the guard, that was Dr. Carrington. I mean, of course, there is Wolf Heimlich, who walks around like a German soldier.
This is what is commonly referred to as a hallway.
Didn't know.
This is what is an office door. The door to one of the labs. This is what is... The glass covering the alcove is marked with the words, "For emergency use only."
Well, it's an emergency right now, and I need to use... Hey, there it is.
It's Olympia's ferret, Daisy.
There's Daisy.
Hello, little ferret.
Apparently she can speak Squeakinese to a ferret. Not the same as Spiffy, though. Anyway, we do have an emergency.
A Ruhmkorff coil lantern with a hand crank on the base. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Adventure purse. Can fit anything.
Looks like broken glass.
It should be because we just broke it.
That's not the sort of thing. Upon close inspection, you see nothing new here. Upon close... That's not... Upon...
That's not the question. Just let me freaking examine everything.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Well, lass, we've known each other a long time, and I'm not ready to get married yet. But I know one thing for sure. I love you.
Oh, my great detective, this feeling, it is mutual.
It is.
Just be keeping in mind that I'd have to kill you if I ever found out you were sleeping with someone else.
What? Oh, you are to be making the little joke, no? Your sense of humor, it is magnifique.
I don't think he's joking.
I've already had one bad marriage, and it won't happen again. It's been a long time since I've been able to trust anyone as much as I trust you.
This is very flattering, my love. I am never to be knowing someone like you either. You are so good and so kind.
Well, I try, lass. I try. It's not easy being a cop in this town. The place is lousy with criminals, even in the police force.
Oh no, how terrible.
Sure, and it's a hard thing when a cop goes bad. I've seen it happen. A cop spends years fighting crime and watching the hoods get rich while he risks his life to make just a few bucks. The first time a cop takes a bribe, it bothers him. Oh, but then it gets easier.
You are such a strong man, my Ryan. You would never be accepting the payoff, no?
Sure, and I'm shocked that you'd even say such a thing, Yvette.
I'm sorry, my love. I should have known better.
You'll have to show me how sorry you are. Kiss me.
Gladly, my love. How can I resist?
Aha! My. They're really going at it.
Oh, excuse me.
Here now, be off with you then.
What great music it plays in here. Let's save it here and leave it here. I'm getting tired. For some reason. Oh. It's still a fun game. It's so ridiculous in so many ways. But that's why I like it. It's really well written, if you ask me. Just like Colonel's Bequest. Both are great games. Laura Bow quits. You can't quit, you're fired! You can't fire me, I'm your wife! You can't... You're not a frog.